Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in their sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the effort of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let's take item numbered 5 on today's order paper at page 2. Correction of vote and proceedings. We have before us vote and proceedings of Thursday, 10th July 2025. Honourable members, page 1, page 2, page 3. Yes.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, item number 101. The name of Colonel Damwa Kojo. Speaker, the practice is that we normally will indicate that he's retired, as we do for Honorable Tobo Lanchini. So table office should indicate that Colonel retired. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, table office, take note of it. Page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye, before the Chief Whip.
Very sorry, Speaker. I was on my feet for page 11. Just a minor but important correction. That's letter D, if I may call it subclause VI. I think Greater Accra, the proper rendition should be Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council. So if regional could be inserted after Accra.
Very well, table office, take note. Yes, page 12. Yes, Chief Whip.
It's Speaker, page 12. The amendment carried under, item number 3. The amendment carried under clause 17 was by Dr. Professor Kingsley Nyaku. It wasn't by Isaac Buamanyaku. If they can take note of that.
Very well, table office, take note. Page 13. Yes, page 13.
Speaker, page 13, the amendment we carried was the senior deputy executive director shall act in the absence of the executive director. Because I indicated that we were dealing with just 2 deputy directors. So we cannot introduce most. So
yes, on this note, we asked the drafters to tidy it up.
Yes.
Very well.
Speaker.
That was what we did. Page 14.
Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, just the amendment to clause 17 was by Isaac Nyako, not Professor. So reference.
Which page are you talking about?
Reference the correction made by Honorable Defiawako.
So table of his take
4.
note.
The amendment was
Table of his take note. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, page 16.
Speaker, item number, I think item number 26, that's clause 48 to 50. Speaker, the practice is that because of the issues we encountered in Abdullahi, we no longer capture the amendments this way. We capture it sequentially. So clause 48.
Yes, but that one, the Hansard will bear us out.
Yes, the
Hansard will have to bear us out.
Great.
Not vote and proceedings.
Great. Okay.
Very well.
Got it.
Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21 and 22. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the vote and proceedings of Thursday, 10th day of July 2025 is hereby adopted as the true record of proceedings. Item number 6, business statement. Chairman of the Business Committee.
Inspectors of visitors. Official reports. We have official reports.
No.
Speaker, you called the chair of the business committee, and hurriedly, I saw my deputy majority leader rushing to present the business statement. He should make the
why do you want to be? Why do you want to be told what you already
He should make the
know?
appropriate application.
Yes, Deputy
Thank you,
Majority
Mr. Speaker.
Leader. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman is out of jurisdiction at the moment.
Which minority chief whip?
I will seek your
is aware?
permission to read the business statement for next week.
Please, leave hereby granted. I don't remember, before you do that, permit me to acknowledge student from Glorious Shining Star International, led by Emmanuel Ransford Cabo, administrator of the school, and they are from Anya Suetum, the number 56. On behalf of Parliament, I welcome you. May you have a fruitful visit. Thank you very much. You may now resume your seats. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the business statement for the 8th week ending on Saturday, the 19th of July, 2025. Mr. Speaker, the committee met on Thursday, 10 July 2025, and arranged business of the House for the 8-week ending on Saturday, the 19th July. Mr. Speaker, the committee accordingly submit its report as follows. Questions. Formal communication, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you may read any available communication to the House. On questions, Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee has scheduled the following ministers and the Governor of the Bank of Ghana to respond to questions asked of them during the week. Mr. Speaker, there are 51 questions in total, and it goes to various ministries. The Minister of Local Government and Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Minister of Sports and Recreation, Education Minister, Roads and Highways Minister, Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Gender, Children and Social Protection, Works and Housing and Water Resources, and the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Minister for Energy and Green Transition, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Minister for Communication, Digital Technology, and Innovation. Mr. Speaker, in all, 11 ministers and the Governor of the Bank of Ghana are expected to attend upon the House to respond to 51 questions outstanding during the week. The questions are in this form. 13 of the questions are urgent and 38 are oral questions. Statement, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Order 91-2, ministers of state may be permitted to make statements on government policy. You may also admit statements by honorable members in accordance with Order 93. Bills, papers, and reports. Mr. Speaker, in accordance to Order 159, bills may be presented to the House for first reading. However, those of urgent nature may be taken through various stages in the day in accordance with Order 160. Pursuant to Order 97, papers may be laid during the week and reports from the committees may also be presented to the House for consideration. Mr. Speaker, motions may be debated and there are consequential resolutions, if any, taken during the week. Referral at committees. Mr. Speaker, as you may recall, during the presentation of the business statement for the 6th week, the committee informed the House of the numerous referrals pending at committees and the need to consider and report same. The Business Committee noted that currently 61 referrals have been made to 16 committees attached to the business statement. It is a breakdown of committees and pending referrals before the committees. In view of the Business Committee, urges all committees to prioritize consideration of the referrals in accordance with Order 267. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee has scheduled the Minister responsible for local government, chieftaincy, and religious affairs to brief the House on Tuesday, the 15th of 2025, July 2025, on the recent demolition of properties at the Sakumono Ramsar site. The committee has also scheduled the Minister responsible for energy and green transition to brief the House on Thursday, 17th July, on the recent 2.5 increments on the electricity tariff by the Public Utilities and Regulatory Committee. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 2162 and subject to Order 67, the committee submits to the House the order in which business of the House shall be taken during the week. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Housing Department to capture the entirety of the business statement. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, business statement will be presented. It is for your comment. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, even though this is not part of the business statement, for the past 3 days, you've been in a serious Dagomba smoke, very serious one. I don't know whether there is some history behind it. And when you wear it properly, except that you don't add the hat. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether
it's an indication of the fact that I was in Lamashegu.
Okay,
and
Mr. Speaker.
I know your house at Lamashegu.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm a very popular person in Tamale, so my houses you can know in Tamale. That's fine. Why is it that the Speaker is saying he knows my house in Tamale? So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the chairman of the business committee when we are expected to rise, Sinidie, and then the media budget. Officially, when are we expecting the media budget? Mr. Speaker, also, if the chairman of the business committee could program, Chairman, I need your attention. If you can program the minister responsible for foreign affairs to brief this House. Recently, the United Nations Human Rights Council had voted to renew the mandate of the independent expert to protect against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation. Ghana abstained from this vote. If the minister can brief the House. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations on Human Rights, this LBGT, sexual orientation and discrimination, the vote that happened, Ghana abstained. If he can brief us exactly what happened and what it is about. Because
was he not voting?
Sorry.
Was he not voting?
Mr. Speaker, it was.
So do you give reason for voting?
Mr. Speaker, he abstained. And Mr. Speaker, the narration, Mr. Speaker, he abstained on LBGT. Recently, last week, two men were kissing at the Independence Square. And our foreign minister will go for such important thing and abstain.
Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, how many types of voting do we have? You can either vote aye, you vote no, or you abstain. So abstinence is a form of voting.
So, Mr. Speaker, my point here is that Ghana and what actually is going on in our society is very bad. It is not good to an extent that last week 2 men were kissing at the Independence Square, and our foreign minister will go and abstain from such important.
I have admonished.
Is it the case that he is in support of the LBG or he is encouraging it?
Honorable Habib, I have admonished that we shouldn't be generating debates anytime we are doing a business statement. And I was compelled to put something on record, which I do not want to repeat. We all know what happened to the passage, during the passage, and after the passage of the LGBTQ bill. So why do we want to be repeating this matter and be provoking debates?
So, Mr. Speaker, my question to and suggestion to the chairman of the committee is to
find space and program the minister responsible for foreign affairs to
Is he
brief
the
us.
chairman of that program or business committee?
Since he chaired the business committee to program the minister responsible for foreign affairs to brief the House, because the interpretation of what happened out there might not be the case. But what is real is that there was an abstinence from what? And then the fact that...
Yes, majority leader.
Speaker, I rise in pursuance of order 1221C. Mr. Speaker, by way of information, this is a House of Records. The matters that the First Deputy Minority Whip alludes to regarding the fact that two persons were seen kissing at the Independence Square was totally a falsehood. It was an AI-generated image posted by someone onto his social media handle. So my brother Habib has no document to stand on, predicate upon which he will be demanding that the Minister for Foreign Affairs be invited to speak to such matters and also to justify why we abstained from a certain vote at the UN. Mr. Speaker, like you rightly said, when you exercise your right to vote, there's no need for you to justify it. So, yes, by all means, we want to bring ministers to respond to serious matters, but no trivialities, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect. With all due respect. So, you are totally out of order.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know when the Majority Chief Whip assumed thinking for me. What you classify as trivial might not be trivial to me, Mr. Speaker. So that is your definitions and those are your words. Mr. Speaker, for him to also, it's a House of Record. What authority, what evidence do you have to prove that what happened at the Independence Square is an AI generated? You don't have such evidence. So if don't show me your phone, I can also show you the picture on my phone. When they were kissing, the two men were kissing. I can also show you the picture. So when you say it's an AI generated, allow me to make my point, Mr. Speaker. And you cannot determine what I should make in terms of making my point that the Foreign Affairs Minister should appear before us, because such vote is an important vote. When you were on this side, the bill, we had made a lot of noise about the LBG. It didn't pass. Yes, I agree, like Mr. Speaker said. But the minister owes us that responsibility. He's not acting on his capacity as the MP for this, but he's doing that on behalf of all of us. So, Mr. Speaker, let me conclude on this matter so that we will not talk much about it. Mr. Speaker, the defense minister is just from supervising the beating of MPP people at Ablekumanov. And he's here. He just returned from the supervision of beating Honorable Howard Kumsin and our deputy national organizer at Ablekumanov. When will the interior minister brief us on the beating at Ablekumanov?
Mr. Speaker, you see, we don't joke with everything. You can't assert on the floor of this house that the defense minister of all has just entered the chamber from supervising the beating of a former minister of state.
It's not fair.
It's absolutely unacceptable. It should be expunged from the records. It should. And you should apologize.
Honorable members, let me again admonish that though we have a constitutional immunity to speak on the floor of Parliament, whatever you say on the floor can also become a subject matter of privileges. So therefore, we need to be guided in making certain statements on the floor of the House. I do not know the evidence available to that effect. So I'll consequentially direct that that statement that the defense minister has supervised the beating of somebody be expunged completely from the record. Yes.
Okay. Let me thank the Deputy Majority Leader who just presented the business statement for and on behalf of the Leader of the House. Speaker, a few issues I wish to bring to his notice, and hoping that we can have some conclusion or take some good decision in this regard. Speaker, may you, if I may refer Order 208. And Speaker, with your leave, I read Order 208. Compulsory membership, subtitle, compulsory membership of committees. And it says, a member shall be appointed to at least one standing committee and one select committee. Speaker, on this matter, it's been back and forth. And I am reliably informed that my colleagues on the other side in the majority have dispensed of the composition of their committees. We have done same. Speaker, we can't continuously stand in breach of our own orders, Order 208. And Speaker, we've had instances where members have taken cause to complain openly, both in whispers and openly, that some belong to only one committee. On our side, as of the last count, we had about 8 members who belong to only one committee. I want to plead with the chair of the business committee, to the extent that we have done the composition, let's go ahead, whether we are doing it by administratively, or we are going by taking a motion on the floor. We have to deal with it. This matter has been lingering for far too long, and it doesn't speak well of us. There are many of our colleagues who are first-time members of parliament who just belong to a committee, and it's not good enough. It doesn't speak well of us. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we had the Minister for Trade and Agribusiness coming to the House to answer a number of questions. And among some of the declarations she made was that the erstwhile MPP administration's policy of 1D1F has been cancelled. Speaker, it can't just be, if it's the decision policy of government that the 1D1F policy should be cancelled, it's a decision of the executive. And since it's government policy, nobody can really question it. But the minister owed this house a duty, the people's representatives. She owns us a duty to give us the basis for the cancellation, and then most importantly, what are the transition measures? Because if we are no longer going to be stuck to the 1D1F and there's going to be a new policy, what are the transition measures? Because there are a number of corporate entities who have signed on to this policy, and it cannot just be an abrupt abolition. That will not be too good for us as a country. Again, my respected Chief Whip, who is a lawyer, Chapter 6 of our Constitution, Directive Principle of State Policy, specifically Article 35(7). Government owes the people of this country a duty, as practicable as possible, to continue with programs started by the previous government. So I wish to humbly bring this to the notice to my Deputy Majority Leader, that we must find a reason to get an absolute briefing on these decisions taken by the Minister for Trade and Agribusiness. Speaker, I commend the chair of the Business Committee. I see that I can realize the schedule for referrals that are outstanding have been duly attached, and is to for our guidance and also to put some pressure on the committee leaders that they have to work. Again, the Minister for Local Government has been programmed to apprise us on the demolition of properties, which has generated a lot of public outcry. Then we have the Energy Minister, Energy and Green Transition, also scheduled. I commend the chair of the Business Committee. However, we are also reliably informed, leader, that Sunday, this coming Sunday, the 13th of July, the whole of Ghana will experience a blackout. And that is not accidental. It's on plan. However justifiable the reasons may be, justifiable or unjustifiable, since we already programmed the Minister for Energy and Green Transition coming to the House, I don't think it would be injurious if we additionally program the Minister for Energy to speak to the people's representative. What is giving rise? What is giving rise to this blackout? Yes. Yes. But we are sitting on Saturday. Yes, we are sitting on Saturday. It's an emergency. Well, it's a call. It's a call. It's an appeal I'm making. You are not the chairman of the business. Speaker, so the blackout matters to come and allay the fears of our people. Last week, I had brought this matter to the attention of the majority leader that the Galamsey operators are getting closer to the Accra-Kumasi road. So that the evidence is not far-fetched. Anybody who travels between Osino and Enyinem can testify to this. It's worrying. It's worrying. Well, it's worrying. And the Minister for Lands, who had assured, I remember I was part of the team that vetted him, we will categorize the miners. These were his words. We are going to categorize the miners to ensure a proper monitoring and evaluation. These were one of his key.
I remember, I thought we are going to take a cue from what happened last Thursday when we are taking a business statement. Under caution that during business statement, we shouldn't reduce it into a political platform. The comment should really be on the statement as presented.
Speaker, I take a cue. But Speaker, with respect, there's a thin line between matters captured by the business statement and also matters we consider as matters of public interest.
You were at a business committee meeting.
Speaker, I was.
So did you discuss Galamsey?
Speaker, we could not have. Speaker, I don't want to have this with you, this exchange with you. Speaker, you know I will defer to you on any day. But we could not have exhausted all the matters at the meeting of the business committee. We could not.
So,
Speaker, this is an afterthought.
So what will happen is that the one that you have exhausted is the one that they have programmed for the ensuing week. So that is what we should be commenting on. Because it's your committee statement that we are looking at.
Night, I traveled from Enyinem through Nsawam to Accra. And I had a shock. Where I cannot sleep. I can't sleep. The extent to which the Galamseyers are rearing their activities to the Accra-Kumasi road, well, I want to bring it to the attention of the chair of the business committee. It is for the business committee to decide. If it is the case that, well, we don't find it important, that will be your decision. And the people of this country are watching.
Well, honorable members, if at the time of presentation of the business statement, we want to debate. Rather than commenting on the business statement, I will then open the floor for the debate.
Thank you. Maybe enough of that. The Chinua Achebe, in one of his popular statements, said that when bones are mentioned, old women. So I take a cue, Speaker. Your rich guidance, I've taken a cue. If I may proceed further, Speaker, there is a trend emerging in this House. There's a trend emerging. Ministers.
I will give you the floor after him.
Thank you very much,
I can
Mr.
give you the
Speaker.
floor after the minority chief whip has finished.
Oh, okay. All
Very
right.
well. Yeah.
There's a trend emerging, and I have about 15 letters coming from various ministers who keep writing to this House. One reason or the other, I'm unable to attend upon the House to answer questions. Speaker, we can take it on the face value of it and say that, yes, they've submitted letters, but we must pierce the veil. Situations where, for instance, the Bank of Ghana governor has been called upon to come and answer questions, and then he says that he's engaged in other equally important matters, where you have two deputies sitting. That cannot be tenable. Two deputy governors. And you say that the governor will not come, the two deputies will not come and respond to Parliament. That will be dereliction of responsibility. Speaker,
Majority chief whip, I'll give you the floor after him.
Again, where ministers, for instance, Speaker, my good friend, the Honorable Akando, before didn't have, he still doesn't have a deputy minister. You still don't have a deputy minister. So when Akando writes and says that I'm engaged, and he's been fighting, he's getting gray hair. He's been fighting COVID all over the place. When Akando writes, Honorable Akando writes and says that he's engaged, we can understand because he has no deputy. What about those who have deputies who can say that I am engaged in other equally important matters? Are you telling us that Parliament's business is not important? This is something that I think, Deputy Leader, I brought it to your notice that on the quiet, you should try and engage our colleagues who are ministers, especially those who have deputies. So that,
if they cannot come, the deputies will come.
Exactly.
And the minority chief whip will not complain that where is the minister? Why is the deputy here instead of the minister?
Speaker, let's not. Speaker, I will not. Speaker, it will depend on the mood of the House.
Yes, I understand.
The mood of the House will depend.
I understand.
So, Speaker, I'll bring these matters. For instance, when the EC, when the Honorable our respected whip had filed for the EC boss to be here, and the EC boss couldn't make it, the deputy was here, and we all obliged. We obliged him, and because he presented and represented the institution so well. So I think we should take a cue from these matters. The last one is on our ever-popular 24-hour economy policy. At the business committee, it came up that it is an important subject matter that the people's representative should be carried along. Deputy Leader, you agree with me? We want to make this suggestion strongly to you that please relate to the appropriate quarters so that next week, possibly next week or two, before we rise, or even before we present the media, we can have a presentation on the 24-hour economy policy for us to appreciate these ones. Last one, it goes to the whip. We are preparing to rise.
Talking to your girlfriend.
Honorable Roxanne, we are preparing to rise soon. You and me have been talking. They are outstanding matters. And Speaker had cautioned that such matters should not be elucidated on the floor. That I will not do. But we have a language, and I'm speaking the language to you. Our backyard is demoralized. Morale is low. Yes. Morale is low. Do something, Honorable Roxy, do something. Mr. Speaker, when he decides to work, when my colleague decides to work, he can do wonders. Except that for the past 2 weeks, I have not been seeing things well. Maybe I have to change my lens. I can't see you well. Speaker, so he should try and put matters together so that the House will become, whilst we expect and receive one of our own, the Exchequer, the Finance Minister. Let's deal with these matters. MPs are demoralized. Even ministers. The releases. The Defense Minister is not too happy. Honorable Akando is also not too happy. Let's emphasize on the releases so that the ministers, you told me. The releases can come early enough so that everybody will be happy. I don't want to say that. So, Speaker, having said this, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nuruddin, after your front bench have spoken.
In the chamber, he's my best friend. So this one, there is a Friday package for me to go to the constituency. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. This one, there is a pro bonus opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Business Committee for the job that they have done. But Mr. Speaker, there is something very important. Something terrible happened in the last 2 days ago. And I thought the Business Committee would have find somewhere to put it in a business statement so that our defense minister will brief the House somewhere next week. Mr. Speaker, what happened? 3 days ago, a military escort that was escorting 3 cargo cars from Bolga to Boku. On their way, one of the cargo truck got a fault and could not move. The military that was escorting these trucks left the cargo truck there without leaving with the people. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, after they left without going with the people on the cargo truck, thugs came out from nowhere and killed 3 people on the spot. 3 people, and injuring 1, and 2 people managed to escape.
Have you brought it to the attention of the Business Committee?
Mr. Speaker, it happened 2 days ago. I told leadership, but I don't know why it cannot find itself on the business.
Now you can take a cue in matters of this nature. Your colleagues will come to this House with a statement, and then we grant the floor to the colleague to make the statement, and there will be consequential directives based on the statement. Members will have the opportunity to comment on the issue.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided.
Very well.
The reason why I raised the statement is because the Defense Minister is here. And I still urge the Business Committee to find somewhere to let the Defense Minister to brief the entire House what really happened and the circumstances that led to the military abandoning the vehicle that led to the killing of these 3 innocent souls.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You have two things available for you. Either you bring a question or a statement. Yes, your response. Let him respond to this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the first question, I think, was to do with when we will rise. Information I have is that we'll be rising at the end of this month. So July ends on 31st. Now, the second issue was to do with the mid-year. The mid-year, again, will happen on the 24th of July. Then the committee issues, I think the Committee on Selection issue, Right Honorable Speaker has been engaging on it, and he's out of jurisdiction, so when he comes back, I'm sure we will get it sorted out. On the issue of 1D, 1F, I think the minister was asked a question And he basically answered it. If you want more details, I have always said that I don't see 1D1F as a policy. It's probably a brand. 1D1F, the whole thing is about industrialization. And the method we are choosing to do the industrialization is the 24-hour economy. And so 1D1F has no space. But if you want, we'll discuss with the minister. If you need any further briefing from what you told us here, then we'll take it from there. Yes, I'm glad you brought the issue of the referrals up. We have dealt with this at the business committee, and that is why it's made its way here. And we will encourage that the committees, as you've rightly said, deal with the things that have been referred to them. Sunday, the 13th July, I don't know where you are getting your information from, but I will find out. I don't know, I'll find out and engage the minister if we can get a minister to come and tell us something. Yeah, the Galamsey issue, I'm quite interested, Mr. Speaker, why my friends on the other side have not all of a sudden, tackling Galamsey issue. Something that they failed to do for the last 8 years. But if the minister has anything to say about that, we'll engage the minister and get the minister here. I'm just, well, there was a question that you wanted a foreign minister to come here to answer a question about why he abstained in voting at the UN. I mean, I'm not quite sure whether, we abstained. This is obviously too clear to all of us. If our former president has assented to the bill, the foreign affairs minister will have a position to do the voting. Abstaining means that we don't know where we are. So, and I don't actually get where the honorable whip you're coming from with some people being maimed or shot or somewhere in relation to the ministers voting in the United Nations. I think that argument, I don't know whether it's true or not. I think the chief whip said it never happened. But even if it did, it has nothing to do with the business statement we are doing here today. On the issue of a 24-hour economy, I'm quite glad that you are getting excited about the 24-hour economy. You never used to. If you want any further, I'm sure that the man in charge will be able to come here to give us more information. I think it was launched. The policy is clear. The documents are there. If you so wish to engage and read it and see where it will benefit your constituencies, because there's surely something in there for you. Preparation for rising. I don't know if, my chief whip is here. The issue to do with preparation, Mr. Speaker, I will let Chief Whip answer. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ranking Member for Agric, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of urgent importance, and I seek your leave to appeal to the Business Committee to program the Minister for Food and Agriculture to attend upon this House to tell us about the ministry's preparedness to contain the reported outbreak of fall armyworm. The Speaker, last week I visited some farms in the eastern region and I saw it for myself. that some maize fields have been infested with fall armyworm. And I think as a matter of importance, farmers will want to know what the ministry is doing to contain the possible outbreak of fall armyworm infestation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Nogbe.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in thanking the Business Committee, I want to draw your attention to some very important matters. About 3 weeks ago, the House, that is the Chief Whip, summoned the Electoral Commission. And the Electoral Commissioner, that is the Deputy Electoral Commissioner, Bosman Asare, was in this House and promised to furnish the House with procurement records that led to the award of contracts of printing ballot papers during the 2024 election. He promised to do that within 1 week. It's about 3 weeks now. That has not been done. And I want to crave your indulgence to direct that the Electoral Commission present same documents to the House for further investigation and the necessary actions taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, you are calling on me to direct. I would rather advise you to invoke the rules and let the document be produced instead of directing. The rules are clear as to what you should do. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to commend the Business Committee for their program for next week. But Mr. Speaker, I want to find out if a member asks a question and it was scheduled to be answered by the minister, and the minister is unable to answer because gives a reason for his inability to come and answer the question. And for weeks, there is no feedback from either it's not reprogrammed at the Business Committee level. And there's also no feedback to the member as to why those questions are not appearing. And I've gone through the rules and our standing orders, and I'm not getting clarity as to the responsibility between either who is held responsible, whether it is the Business Committee or on what basis members are not briefed. I'm saying this to the extent that some 3 weeks ago, I asked an urgent question which was placed in the order in our business statement for the Minister of Finance to come and answer. And he gave some reasons why he's unavailable to appear before the House to answer those questions. But 2 subsequent weeks, those questions have still not been appeared. And I don't know, the minister is also appearing.
Honourable Member, I think the answer to your question, you must relate to the clerks at table. Maybe they may have a reason why the question is not being rescheduled.
Speaker, if I may, oftentimes, practically what happens is the member relates to the whips. And as we all do know, the whips are members, the chief whips are members of the Business Committee. So the chief whip would take it up and relate to the clerk at table and even to the first deputy speaker or the second deputy speaker who normally works on these questions. So I guess we in leadership have to relate more with our colleagues and build that relationship. So I'll relate to our colleague and get the matter resolved.
Yes, quite apart from that, it's the clerk that has been writing to the various ministers, scheduling them to come and provide answers to questions. So they may know the availability of the minister or otherwise. So you can simply approach them that this my question has been scheduled, but the minister was not available to respond. When will the minister be available to respond to my question? They will tell you, and whatever explanation that they have, they will equally give the explanation to you. Honourable members, I do not think we have an issue for me to call on the chairman of the committee to respond to. The rest are all suggestions. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, just to add my voice to the position taken by the Minority Chief Whip. Yes, as a member, when the rescheduling are done, it's the duty of the business committee to let it feature in the subsequent program for the subsequent week. But you also have a duty to prompt, as it were, because you have sponsored the question. So it must be in your interest to prompt that it's actually carried through. Then, but Mr. Speaker, my brother said something, and because this is the floor, I need to react. Ministers writing for time to be rescheduled for them to come to respond to questions, it's not a new thing. So if he says that it's an emerging trend, it's so unfortunate. Speaker, I was here for 8 years, and I saw ministers plead for rescheduling of questions that, for instance, I had filed, it was admitted, duly served on them. Many, many times. Many, many times. So if it paints the picture that it's a new occurrence on our side because we are now in government, our ministers, it's rather a good practice that the ministers are saying we are committed, but we are constrained in appearing at this appointed time. So please reschedule us. Then the other matter, in respect of the governor of the Bank of Ghana, he raised the matter, and he was very insistent that the governor himself appears. He didn't indicate that any of the governors should come and respond to the issues. He said the governor must come and explain why the termination and subsequent withdrawal. So we were minded to get the governor to come. Governor says, at the time appointed for me to appear before Parliament, I have a prior engagement. So please reschedule me. I think it's a good practice. In any case, Mr. Speaker, that matter has been resolved. The people who were supposedly asked to go home, which became a news item, subsequently that order appears to have been reversed, and the people had post. So what would the governor come and explain to the House of something that no longer exists? But the call had been made. So at the appointed time, he may come to do so. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, the issues about the fact that we need to, the welfare matters, we can't do so openly. So he knows that we have the proper forum is there for us to talk about this matter. So when we get there, we'll discuss the efforts that is being made so that by the time we rise, members will not be disadvantaged. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity.
Let's move on.
Yes.
Speaker, I'm sorry I had to come back. I am not a difficult person. I'm not. And my colleague will bear me out. That we work closely. We work closely. I will not do anything with an intention to derail government business. Never will I do that. I'm saying that to the extent that the clerks at table cannot complain. They cannot speak to the microphone. To the extent that they are complaining that questions are compounding. I said this in that context, that questions are compounding. So, and then within a fortnight, we've received about 13 to 15 letters. So I'm saying that where the ministers cannot come, they should at least, instances where the minister has a deputy, they should empower the ministers to come. Then we can dispense of these questions that are compounded. This is why I said this. And then finally, I wasn't insisted that the governor must come himself. No. And then you are professing solution. The governor must come and speak to the record. That's it. And if the governor cannot come and the deputy governor can come, so be it. I'm a nice person.
Well, I will always quote you. Honorable Minority Chief Whip, I will always quote you. If the minister cannot come, deputy minister can come.
We must work to advance the cause of governance. And we in the minority will not obstruct government business.
Very well.
But we'll put their feet to the fire. We'll put their feet to the fire.
Mr. Speaker, you know, when you're on this side, many a time I will come and sit by you to learn a lot. So when you are asking certain questions, I know when you want to use those answers in one day. So what my chief whip said, the deputies can come, but not when the ministers are deliberately absenting themselves, sending their deputies. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, I know when you ask such questions, you use it against us.
But who made you a spokesperson for the minority chief whip? Yes. Any concluding comments?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think all the questions asked have been adequately answered. And the others, I think, is just an advice that we have taken that advice on board. But, Mr. Speaker, we have the ministers here to answer questions today. So there's nothing like a trend of ministers not coming to the chamber to answer questions.
Very well.
With
Honourable
your
members,
indulgence, if we can.
the business statement as presented is hereby accordingly adopted. Honourable members, the next item is item 7. But before taking the item 7, permit me to acknowledge our brothers and sisters who are in our midst. Honourable members, I have the pleasure to introduce to you members of the Portfolio Committee on Information Communication Technology of the Parliament of Zimbabwe, who are here on study visit. The objective of the visit is to gain a comprehensive understanding of Ghana's innovation hub model and how it supports startups and entrepreneurship. The delegation seeks to explore the collaborative roles played by government, academia, and the private sector in fostering innovation within the ICT sector. The visit is also to afford them the opportunity to identify best practices that can be adopted to nurture innovation and technological development in Zimbabwe ICT landscape. Our visitors are Honorable Moyo Vusumuzi, Chairperson and leader of the delegation. Honorable Mapiki Joseph, Member of Parliament of Zimbabwe. Honorable Munemu Laban, Member of Parliament of Zimbabwe. Honorable Makaza Faith, Member of Parliament of Zimbabwe. Honorable Movuji Donald, Member of Parliament of Zimbabwe. Mrs. Beta Bobo, Clerk to the Committee. Mrs. Betty Munowenyu, Research Officer. The delegation is accompanied by Mr. Amon Nyahada, Councillor, Trade and representative of the Zimbabwe High Commission, Ghana. Honorable members, on behalf of the House, I welcome the delegation to Parliament of Ghana, and I wish them a very fruitful deliberation. Once again, you are most welcome. Honorable members, item numbered 7. Ministers have been scheduled to come and respond to questions. And the Honorable Minister for Defense is here as scheduled. Honorable Minister, may you take your designated seat to respond to the questions slated for you. Honorable members, we have question number 166, standing in the name of Honorable Vincent Eko Asafua, Member of Parliament for Old Tafo. Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Defense whether the presidential jet was unavailable, restricted, or assigned other duties at the time that the Vice President returned to Ghana aboard the private jet. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Vincent Eko Asafua seeks to know if the presidential jet was unavailable, restricted, or assigned other duties at the time the Vice President returned to Ghana aboard a private jet. The presidential jet, Falcon 900 EX Easy Registration Number 9G-EXE, was unavailable on Thursday, 22nd May 2025, when the Vice President returned to Ghana. The aircraft has been undergoing a 24-monthly or 1,600 flight hour inspection in France since 11th March 2025. After a series of postponements of when the jet was to return to Ghana due to risky, multifocal, massive defects identified and being worked on, the inspection is expected to be completed by 31st July 2025. In conclusion, the presidential jet was unavailable on Thursday, 22nd May 2025, when the Vice President returned to Ghana. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
Rally so, Mr. Speaker. When you check paragraph 2 of the Minister's answer, which states that after a series of postponements of when the jet was returned to Ghana due to risky, multifocal, massive defects identified and being worked on, I want to ask the Minister, what is the nature of that multifocal, massive defect? Or if you can throw more light on the categories of that defect. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I decided to keep the answer brief because I didn't want to go too much into the details of the brief. But for the benefit of your guest house, there is corrosion in the air intake plug receptacle of the second engine of the aircraft, intermittent tripping of the starter generator of the second engine. There's a need to install a new turbo fan. And be more specific, being more specific, the fuel tank is also corroded. The left-hand feeder tank corroded. Right-hand feeder tank corroded. Left-hand center wing tank heavily corroded. Right-hand center wing tank heavily corroded. The turbofan also heavily corroded. Thank you very much.
Honorable member, I think for some time now we've decided to limit supplementary questions to one.
Right, Honorable Speaker. This one I will crave.
Except what we've agreed upon will not work.
I will crave for your indulgence.
Yes.
This is an important.
Yes.
This is an important matter.
Deputy Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I know for the past days we did agree to that. Mr. Speaker, today is Friday, so I wanted to appeal to you at least to give him one extra supplementary question with respect, Mr. Speaker, so that today is Friday. And we have only 4 questions too. So, Mr. Speaker, with respect, if you can just add one more extra question for him. Please, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I'm not taking the decision. It's the agreement that the leadership of the House has reached. That's what we are implementing. Yes, majority, still whip.
Speaker, we have quite some heavy business today. And it being Friday, that's why we shifted the sitting from 2 p.m. to 12 o'clock. So we could have enough time to do them. So the limitation of supplementary to 1 was agreed. Was agreed. So let's rather give other members who may have 1 supplementary so we can move to the next question. Please.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the same business, that's why I'm appealing to my colleague, the Majority Chief Whip, to at least allow to be 2 supplementary.
Well, we are even eating into our time. You may ask the second supplementary question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me be very brief on this. Minister, I want to ask, these defects that you outlined, does it have anything to do with the previous administration's inability to follow the maintenance protocol? Because I remember that before relax. I remember that at a point in time, excuse me,
Honorable,
at a point in time,
Honorable Minister,
you mentioned
Honorable
that the private jet
I think you've asked the question.
It's now serviceable and you could use it.
You have asked a question. So, Honorable Minister, your answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the aircraft is almost 15 years old. And if you check the various delays that it has suffered, as in when it goes for maintenance, repair, or overhaul, if they indicate that it's supposed to arrive on a particular date, in 2020, there was no delay. In 2021, no delay. But between 2022 and 2023, as a result of extra work that they had to do on it, it delayed for 2.5 months. 2024, 2 months. 2025, coincidentally, this is the 4th month because it left on 11th of March, and today is 11th July. It's been 4 months now. What I can say is, rather than situate it within the context of MPP administration, NDC administration, let us look at it as a corroded aircraft that requires massive works. Initially, when the aircraft left the shores of Ghana on the 11th, the indicative date was to return in 2 weeks. 4 months on, just this morning, I have received additional information that even the end of month cannot be sustained. And so we should be expecting it beyond the end of this month. What that means is that it will be going beyond 4 months. Most importantly is, this is an aircraft that doesn't just service the executive, it services the legislature, sometimes other arms of government, and sometimes different institutions in the country. This is a state in which it is some parts corroded, other parts heavily corroded. That is what we have before us. I'll plead that we don't situate it within MPP, NDC discourse. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answer, you said even the dates that you have provided on the order paper advertised that the inspection is expected to be completed by the 31st of July 2025. So if this date is not feasible, what is the tentative date that we should be expecting it? And within this period, within this period, is it the case that the president will be checking a jet anytime he wants to do an international travel, or what other arrangement is being done?
Yes. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the information came only this morning because I wanted to check again whether the 31st date that had been given was going to be sustained. They are unable to indicate exactly when it will be returning, and all efforts are being exerted to ensure that we are able to have it in good time. So I do not want to guess a date, and that would not be feasible. So let us wait for the technical people who are working on it in France to complete all the necessary checks, heal the aircraft as much as they can. But the reality is that it's an old aircraft, 15 years now. Thank you. On the aspect of how the president is going to be traveling, the president has traveled on some occasions with the CASA. we are all aware that sometimes he travels with the CASA. So let's leave that also to the decision of the Air Force and also the presidency to decide how movement of the president, other arms of government that hitherto would have made use of the presidential jet will be traveling. Thank you.
Honourable members, we may take one more last supplementary question. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me find out from the Honourable Minister responsible for Defence. What exactly is the current state of the presidential jet? The current state. You've given snippets of this, but what exactly is the current state?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the current state of the presidential jet, if I'm to summarize, is an aircraft that is 15 years old, almost, that has massive multifocal corrosion, including very important parts of the machine. This is an air asset of the Air Force that carries not just the president, not just the executive, but sometimes the legislature, sometimes other arms of government, and sometimes other institutions. These defects, we are trying to fix them, but they keep on identifying new defects as they fix them. And one serious aspect of the identification is that when they realized that the turbofan was heavily corroded and it required replacement, the company did not have readily available spare. This has deeper implication. Normally, like all technologies, over time, when you do not have many of that in circulation, companies don't produce many of such spares. But after a series of negotiations, a spare was received, and that has been installed successfully. No one can predict going forward if other spares also get dysfunctional, whether we are going to be able to have others for replacement. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, we cannot set the rules and come here and breach it. So I intend to move to question number 167.
Mr. Speaker,
Standing in the name of Honourable Mumuni Mohammed Nuruddin.
As a leader, I'm entitled to two.
Honourable Mohammed Nuruddin, you have the floor.
No, that's what we agreed. Oh, but Mr. Speaker, you don't.
Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Defense when the forward-based operation FOB project started by the previous government in Nalergo will be completed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The forward operating base at Nalerigu is one of 15 forward operating bases, FOBs, being constructed by the Ministry of Defense for the Ghana Armed Forces in northern part of the country. The contract for the FOBs was signed in March 2021. Messrs Paramount Project Management Services is the main contractor. The FOBs are located at Tamale, Wa, Bolga, Jirapa, Tuna, Tumu, Navio, Bumpurugu, Bazoa, Hamile, Bole, Dollar Power, Bimbila, Saboba, and Nalerigu. Work was scheduled to be completed in December 2023. However, as of December 2024, the overall status of the project was approximately 55%. It has improved from 55% to 60% currently. Progress of completion and/or status of individual FOBs ranges from 5% Dollar Power to about 98% Jirapa. FOB Nalerigu currently stands at 30%. It is important to note that due to operational reasons and non-availability of funds, in April 2024, the Ministry of Defense agreed with the contractor to prioritize the completion of 4 FOBs, namely Bazoa, Hamile, Jirapa, and Tumu. As of December 2024, outstanding payables due the contractor stand at $17,198,451.20, less other contractual charges such as interest on delayed payment and other claims from the contractor. This has contributed to the stored works, including the Nalerigu FOB. Intervention. Currently, government has expedited action and ensured that verification of the payables has been completed. Most importantly, under the Big Push agenda, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, is leading the charge for the Ministry of Defense to assess funding to complete all the FOBs under the Big Push arrangement. And if this is done, we hope that the FOBs that were to be completed by December 2023 will all be completed, including that of Nalerigu, by the second quarter of 2027. Thank you.
Any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I don't have any supplementary question. I just want to thank you and thank the Minister for the response. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honourable members, on this note, on your behalf, I thank the Minister sincerely for attending upon the House to respond to questions. Honourable Minister, thank you very much. You are hereby discharged. Honourable members, we will then move to the next set of questions scheduled for the Minister responsible for health. Honourable Minister, may you take your designated seat. Honourable members, before doing so, let me also acknowledge the presence of students from Accra Technical University, TAIN. They are led by Tete Imran Dauda Maguima, who is the TAIN president. They are from Kole Klote constituency. Is a member of parliament there? Can you stand and wave them? They are 53 in numbers, and honorable members. Among them is my dear wife, Angel Kafui Ahiafo.
So, Mr. Speaker, at least now I understand. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, now I understand your mood today. And I think that your wife will always visit us so that we'll have the best of you every day, Mr. Speaker. But your wife is very beautiful. Your better half. She's very beautiful.
Honourable Minister, you are welcome. We then move to question numbered 195, standing in the name of Honourable Jerry Ahmed Shaib, Member of Parliament for Wejagbawi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come under 88.3. I have the authority by the Honourable Member to ask the Minister for Health the measures being implemented. Okay.
Please.
Okay.
You have the leave to ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health the measures being implemented to address the concern of 30,000 trained but unemployed health workers who are demanding posting despite critical staff shortage in health facilities across the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, currently the number of health workers demanding employment is substantial and far above the 30,000 as quoted. Please permit me to provide some details of health professionals currently eligible for employment but yet to be recruited. Now I go to nurses. Mr. Speaker, we have the 2021 batch with a total of 15,947. The 2022 batch with a total of 17,176. And the 2023 batch with a total of 15,755. Mr. Speaker, this gives us a total of 48,878 unemployed nurses. Only nurses, Mr. Speaker. I must also state that approximately 15,000 nurses were given financial clearance and employed in December 2024, and the process of putting them on payroll are still ongoing. Now, another cadre of health professionals called allied health professionals. The Speaker, this group has not received any financial clearance whatsoever since 2019. We have a total of 21,570 of unemployed allied health professionals of various categories from 2019 to date. Now another one, pharmacists. Mr. Speaker, this group also has not received any financial clearance since 2019. We have a total of 1,621 of unemployed pharmacists from 2019 till date. Now, medical doctors. The ministry has also started the process to recruit over 900 medical doctors who are currently at home. Solutions. Mr. Speaker, the problem is therefore enormous, but we are committed to finding solutions to it. Financial clearance. The ministry is actively engaging the relevant stakeholders, including the Minister of Finance, to ensure that the recruitment of professionals is done as soon as possible to beef up the numbers at various health delivery institutions to promote quality of care for all people living in Ghana. Managed migration. Mr. Speaker, another measure being pursued by the Ministry of Health to reduce the number of unemployed health professionals is the managed migration of Ghanaian health professionals. the ministry has received formal requests from over 13 countries expressing interest in the recruitment and deployment of qualified nurses and other health professionals from Ghana. The ministry has put together a team to come out with a policy framework and guidelines to ensure efficiency in the recruitment process to protect the interests of our citizens and ensure that Ghana receives the required benefit from these arrangements. Other initiatives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is also putting together other initiatives to help absorb more professionals who are unemployed, including engagement with the private sector on arrangement to employ more health professionals at their various institutions. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I wish to assure the honorable member and the good people of Ghana that the ministry remains fully committed to ensuring our health professionals are engaged to provide quality health services to all people living in Ghana. I thank you for the opportunity.
Any supplementary question? Honorable member.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the minister's responses, he said 15,000 nurses were given financial clearance. I want to find out from the minister how many has been placed on the payroll as of now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, approximately 8,000 of them have been placed on payroll. Others are yet to have hologram, and others are also yet to have their clearance renewed because some of them expired. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, following from the minister's response, I want to find out with the difference of about 7,000 that have not been placed on the payroll since December to July, almost past 6 months. What are the reasons the ministry is facing? What are the difficulties in ensuring that all of them are placed on the payroll since they've been there for over 6 months?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer to this question was in my submission. The Speaker, I indicated that some of them had their clearance expired. Thank you.
Yes, I'll take last supplementary question. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of managed migration, I wish to find out from the Honorable Minister whether this part has not been followed before, because I think in some years past, we had some of these professionals taken abroad. And so I do not understand why we are now putting together the framework. Is it that what we did the last time came with some difficulties, for which reason we need a new framework to guide us, or maybe the minister just wants to chart a new course? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have learned our lessons since then. A lot of things went wrong, and we are looking at how we can do them better. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, let's then move to question number 85. Standing in the name of Dr. Kinsley Ajimani, a Bokwa South Member of Parliament. Honorable member, you have the floor. Because I saw two of you standing, are you sure you have the authority? Because the authority can be given to only one person. Yes? Honourable member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I have the authority from my colleague. So I come under Order 88.3 to seek your permission.
Please ask the question.
I rise to ask the Minister for Health to ask the Minister for Health the novel perspective of the ministry on preventive medicine, given the high and rising burden of non-communicable diseases.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is experiencing a sharp increase in non-communicable diseases such as hypertension, diabetes, stroke, cancers, and chronic kidney disease. These conditions now represent nearly half of all deaths and pose an increasing threat to both the health of our population and the national economy. In Ghana, 6 out of 10 patients visit to the health facilities are due to NCDs from various causes, Mr. Speaker. These figures may be higher considering the number of undiagnosed cases and complications observed at health facilities. Meanwhile, out-of-pocket expenses for treatment and high cost of care often lead to catastrophic health expenditures for patients. This continues to widen the inequity gaps for vulnerable groups and people with low socioeconomic status. At the same time, the caregiver burden is increasing. Now, families and relatives must sacrifice their working hours and limited resources to attend to the needs of the patients, particularly those incapacitated by their conditions. As the health, economic, and social impact of NCDs grow, the Ministry acknowledges the importance of prioritizing investment in disease prevention and health promotion measures. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to highlight major initiatives including the free primary health care program and the Mahama Cares Fund, which aims to eliminate financial barriers, promote early detection, and support NCD treatment and outreach. Mr. Speaker, the free primary health care initiative is removing financial barriers to primary care and concentrating on prevention, health promotion, and early diagnosis through a network-based delivery model. It introduces population-based payment mechanisms to incentivize providers to keep people healthy. Complementing this, the Mahama Cares Initiative is a health fund that supports both treatment and prevention of NCDs, including mobile screening outreach, diagnostics, and awareness campaigns. In September, Mr. Speaker, Ghana would include the HPV vaccine in its national immunization program, focusing on girls aged 9 to 14. This marks a significant preventive measure against cervical cancer and is anticipated to avert over 80,000 cases and more than 45,000 deaths in the coming decades. Mr. Speaker, to address NCD risk factors such as unhealthy diet, inactivity, tobacco, and alcohol use, the ministry is developing national health promotion policy. Planned strategies include health checkups, wellness clinics, healthier food labeling, and promoting active lifestyles. Preventive interventions also include free national health insurance scheme checkups and social media health campaigns, supported by the NCD Policy 2022 and the Ghana WHO stepwise approach to the NCD Risk Factor Surveillance Report 2024. These initiatives demonstrate the ministry's commitment to prevention as a route to health equity, economic savings, and national resilience. Mr. Speaker, prevention is not just a health strategy, it's an economic investment. Every cedi spent on early detection and vaccination saves considerably more in future treatment costs. It safeguards productivity, promotes healthier communities, and alleviates long-term physical pressure on the health system. The Ministry of Health is dedicated to enhancing disease prevention and health promotion at all levels through the free primary healthcare initiative, Mahama Cares, the HPV vaccine rollout, and the upcoming health promotion policy, Ghana is creating a more resilient and equitable health system, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Any supplementary?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in the Minister's submission, he said there's going to be immunization against HPV in September for girls aged between 9 to 14. I would like to find out if they have an estimate, the number of girls who are going to be vaccinated, and the period is going to take, and the cost involved. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the information of the House, we have a running program and agreement with Gavi. So it's a Gavi-supported program. And as I stated in the answer, we are targeting to prevent not less than 80,000 of such diseases in the next, we are rolling them in phases. And so we co-finance some of the vaccines. Gavi support us, and Ghana, we also make, through our budget and the National Health Insurance, we also complement. So we are doing about 50-50 funding of such vaccines. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Asamoah.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, will he support compulsory annual well visits for Ghanaians at least above the age of 18? And if he will, how are we going to implement this? Because of the insurance policies that are being rolled out.
What is your question?
My question to the Honorable Minister, will he support a compulsory annual well visit for all
A compulsory
Ghanaians?
annual?
Well checkup visit. Wellness checkup visits. It's not only when you are sick that you have to go to.
Very well, very well. Yes, Honorable Minister.
If I can finish up, please. So, and if he will, which year do they intend to implement that?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not say we'll have to make it compulsory. I would prefer to say I would encourage people to routinely do their checkups. And under current arrangement, there's a provision in the National Health Insurance arrangement. Thank you.
Honorable member, you cannot ask a question, resume, and then want to come back and ask a question again. The rules does not support that. We then move to question number 127, standing in the name of Honorable Vicente Kwasafwa, Member of Parliament for Old Tafo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Health to provide a detailed report on the current state of the construction of the maternity ward at the Tafo Government Hospital. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana, through the Ministry of Health, identified the need for the expansion and modernization of the maternity ward at Tafo Government Hospital as a priority intervention to improve maternal and neonatal health outcomes in the Ashanti region. The project, which started in 2005 under GOG HIPIC funding, faced a lot of challenges with the funding, which led to stalling of the project. The ministry in 2020 took a bold step to arrange external funding to complete the project. In pursuit of this objective, the ministry undertook all the necessary preparatory steps and secured the required executive approval for financial arrangements. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary approval was obtained for both the financing agreement and the associated supply and construction contracts. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, value for money assessment and negotiations were successfully completed, ensuring the financial and technical viability of the project. However, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the project was regrettably delayed following the suspension of ongoing projects in December 2022 by the previous administration, occasioned by the national debt restructuring exercise, which adversely impacted the conclusion of the requisite financial arrangements. Consequently, the actual commencement of construction works remains uncertain at this time. The Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, will consider resuming the process once the government is able to conclude the debt restructuring exercise. We appreciate the patience of the people of Tafo and Kumasi metropolis and reaffirm our commitment to complete the project for the benefit of the people.
Any supplementary question?
Well, so, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I am very surprised with the kind of answer I've gotten from the minister, owing to the fact that consistently for the past 4 years, from 2021.
Honorable Member, will you respect Standing Order 88.7 and proceed to ask a supplementary question?
Respectfully, I am asking a supplementary question, but I just want to give a brief background to the matter, because the previous finance minister came to this floor when I asked this same question in 2022.
Honorable Member, supplementary question.
Honorable Speaker, I will crave your indulgence that you allow me to lay a foundation.
Honorable
so
Member, ask a supplementary question.
Honorable Minister, on paragraph 4 of your answer, you state that the implementation of the project was regrettably delayed following the suspension of ongoing projects in December 2022 by the previous administration, which was occasioned by the national debt restructuring exercise. I am asking, can you confirm that this is indeed the case? Because your previous minister told us that it is a turf war between the contractor who earned the contract in 2005 and that of the government. Can you confirm that this is the case?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of any turf war between anybody. What I know as a fact is that the financing of the project has been affected by the debt restructuring. Thank you.
Honourable members, this is a constituency-specific question. We may now move to question number 194. Honourable members, question number 194. Standing in the name of Honourable Peter Lanchini Tobu, Member of Parliament for Wa West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity.
This is the question.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health when the construction of the following 3 health centers in the Wa West District, which have been abandoned since 2017, will be completed. 1, Grungu Health Center. 2, Vieri Health Center. And the last one is Ego Health Center. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, health centers, Grungu, Vieri, and Egu in the Wa West District form part of a set of primary health care facilities initiated by the Ghana Health Service in 2012. These projects were designed to enhance access to primary health care services in support of the ministry's health goals of achieving universal health coverage. The construction of these facilities were financed through direct budgetary allocations from the government of Ghana. Currently, the structures have been roofed and plastered. However, progress has stalled primarily due to irregular and insufficient release of funds under the government of Ghana's budget. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, the government has issued a directive to the local government and rural development instructing the district assembly to utilize part of their common fund allocation to complete at least 2 projects in their districts. We therefore recommend that the Wa West District Assembly utilizes part of their common fund allocation to complete this project as soon as possible. Additionally, the Ministry of Health will support the necessary logistics to enhance the operation. Thank you.
Any supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, I do not have a supplementary other than commending the minister for the assurance that if they are completed, the Minister of Health will be available to support her with the necessary logistics. I'm so grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We then move to question number 156. Standing in the name of Alfred Ni Kote Ashi, Member of Parliament for Ododo-Diodio constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Health measures being instituted to address the long-standing challenge of lack of residential or medical doctors at the Princess Marie Louise Hospital in Accra.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The PML Children's Hospital has a total of 17 medical doctors. Out of this, 11 doctors are currently at post, while 6 are on approved duty, study leave with pay pursuing various specialization programs. The breakdown of the 11 doctors who are currently at post is as follows. Senior Specialist Pediatrics, 2. Specialist Pediatrics, 1. Family Physician, 1. Medical Officer General Practitioners, 5. Specialist Dentistry, 1. Medical Officer Dentist, 1. The 6 who are on study leave with pay are pursuing specialization in the following fields. Pediatrics, 2. Family Medicine, 1. Hematology, 1. Anesthesia, 1. Radiology, 1. Measures instituted to address shortages. PML Hospital is managed by the Ghana Health Service. Generally, as a country, we are yet to obtain optimal numbers of dockets across the country. This makes it difficult to always have adequate numbers at post. In addition, the attrition amongst medical doctors is also very high. This attrition is driven by our quest to train more specialists and senior specialists, as well as the high numbers of doctors that leave for further studies every year. These notwithstanding, the Ghana Health Service, the staffing situation of PML is expected to improve in the next few months because of the following. The 2 doctors on study leave pursuing pediatrics will soon rejoin the hospital. One will complete in September this year and the other in September 2026. The service has started posting medical doctors directly to the PML hospital through the Ministry of Health posting portal because of its peculiar situation. This is part of the overall measures to ensure that medical doctors in the Greater Accra region are appropriately placed. Having a high number of medical doctors at the hospital will relieve the available pediatricians of attending to major ailments, allowing them to concentrate on complex cases and improve the quality of care. It will also free the few we have to facilitate the training of an additional number of pediatricians. This year, 23 more pediatricians will upgrade from the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. The Ghana Health Service will consider reassigning some of these newly qualified pediatricians to augment the current numbers at PML. Additionally, the new Children's Hospital at Weja, when completed, will help reduce the current high levels of congestion at the PML and improve access to care for children requiring specialist medical services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I first of all want to say thank you to the Minister for Health for honouring my question. I believe that, of course, these records may exist, but then on the ground, we don't see the pediatricians over there doing their work. So, as a specialized hospital.
Honourable member, any supplementary question?
So I want to ask the Minister for Health when the pediatricians are going to be seen on the grounds working. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, per my records, the pediatricians are in the facility, but if the Honourable Member of Parliament who lives in the constituency is challenging those numbers, I can assure him that we will do further check and send a team there to verify. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, per the answer given by the Minister for Health, I don't think we had the understanding, the number of pediatricians who are currently available. Your answer indicated that they are all, most of them are training as we speak now. But I think the question from the Member of Parliament for the Yodio is specifically what number of pediatricians exist at the moment at the hospital? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to repeat the answers for the benefit of the House. The breakdown: senior specialists, pediatrics 2, specialists, pediatrics 1. Then I came to family physician. Then I came to medical officer, general practitioners, dentistry. Then I said there are 2 other pediatrics who are also at training. So they will come back to join this workforce in the facility. So these are the breakdown I gave.
Honourable members, question time is ended. I use the opportunity on your behalf to thank the Minister for attending upon the House and responding to questions scheduled for him. Honourable Minister, thank you very much. You are hereby discharged. Honourable members, may I have the pleasure to acknowledge the presence of Project Abroad. They are led by Theophilus Atujua, Regional Coordinator from Adina constituency, and they are 6 in number. I welcome you on behalf of the House. May you enjoy a fruitful visit. Please kindly resume your seats. Honourable members, the next item on the order paper for today is item numbered 8, statement. I understand today is the World Population Day. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to crave your indulgence to seek leave so we can vary the order of business. And instead of the Minister of Health is here. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask the minister to lay a paper before going. I discussed it with him, and I thought.
Very well.
Around, but I turned around and
very well.
He disappeared.
Honorable Leader,
Mr.
the application
Speaker.
is to vary the order of business for Minister of Health.
We are in consultation with each other. So we needed to have a common understanding because one paper. Anyway.
Very well. Thank you very much. We vary the order of business accordingly, and then we take the item numbered 9B.
9B, Mr. Speaker.
9B.
Yeah, for the Minister of Health.
Yes, Minister responsible for health. Item numbered 9B.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Ghana Medical Center for the year 2024.
Honorable members, report duly presented, and it is referred to the Public Accounts Committee for consideration and report. Well, it is referred to a committee responsible on health for consideration and reports. Yes?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we can then revert back to the statement.
Very well. World Population Day, we have commemorative statement. We have 4 statements. And honorable members, we intend to take all the statements together. The first statement is standing in the name of our own Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Patricia Apiaje.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I present my statement to commemorate the World Population Day, I would like to seek your leave to correct a word in my statement.
Yes, before you do that, let me announce the other statement so that after reading, they also take them and then we take comment together.
Right. Thank you.
The next statement is standing in the name of Honorable Dorcas Toffee, Member of Parliament for Jomoro. Next is Honorable Ralph Poku Edusei, Member of Parliament for Bakwai, and Honorable Emmanuel Ntekuni, Member of Parliament for Pru West. So, Honorable Patricia Piaje, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I seek your leave to change the word on the second line of my statement to globally and not nationwide. So I rise, Mr. Speaker, to make this commemorative statement on the occasion of the World Population Day 2025, which is being observed globally under the national theme, Empowering the Youth to Create Quality Families in an Inclusive Society. Mr. Speaker, the observance of the World Population Day is a global reminder of the centrality of the population issues to national development. It offers us an opportunity to reflect on how we, as policymakers, implementers, leaders, and duty bearers, are responding to the demographic realities that shape the lives and futures of our people, especially the youth. In Ghana, young people below the age of 35 make up over 60% of our population. This demographic presents both a challenge and a golden opportunity. The challenge lies in ensuring that they are not left behind in education, health, employment, and civic inclusion. The opportunity lies in harnessing their energies, creativity, and potential to build resilient families and a prosperous nation. This year's theme urges us to recognize that empowering the youth through access to quality education, reproductive health information and services, employment opportunities, and civic participation is essential in preparing them to form quality families. Families that are healthy, economically stable, and socially inclusive. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that many of our youth today face daunting barriers. Early and unintended pregnancies, child marriages, limited access to family planning, gender-based violence, and economic exclusion, which can be found in our various constituencies across the country. These barriers are not only compromise their individual futures, but also erode the fabric of our society. Mr. Speaker, if we are to reverse these trends, we must commit to implement youth-focused economic empowerment programs to enhance their capacity to form and sustain healthy families. We must encourage young people to actively seek knowledge, utilize available services responsibly, engage constructively in civic processes, uphold positive values, and strive for excellence in their chosen fields. We must strengthen reproductive health education to equip our youth with life-saving knowledge, expand access to reproductive health services in youth-friendly, safe, and stigma-free environments, provide digital training and infrastructure to enable the youth to participate in the digital economy. Must also promote gender equality and discourage harmful norms like child marriage that limit the aspirations of girls and young women. We must invest in youth skills development through apprenticeship and internship, create more entry-level job opportunities, and develop financial products tailored to young entrepreneurs, and support an increased financial allocation for the National Population Council Secretariat, which is a policy advisor and has been mandated to coordinate all population and related issues in the country. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Caucus on Population and Development reaffirms its commitment to advocating for laws, policies, and budgets that reflect the needs and aspirations of our youth. World Population Day 2025 is a clarion call to invest in our youth, who are not just the future, but the present drivers of Ghana's progress. By addressing these critical issues, education, productive health, gender equality, and digital inclusion, we can empower young Ghanaians to make informed choices, build resilient families, and contribute to a sustainable economy. We urge our colleagues in this august House to continue to support initiatives that integrate population variables into development planning at all levels of government. We also salute the efforts of the National Population Council, the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, all other stakeholders and our development partners, especially UNFPA, for their continued investment in youth development and population programs. As we commemorate this day, let us remember that the quality of our future depends on the investments we make today in our young people, in our families, and in building an inclusive society for all. On behalf of the Parliamentary Caucus on Population and Development, I respectfully invite this House to join the call to action to empower the youth as drivers of sustainable families and inclusive development. Let us ensure that no youth is left behind and that every young Ghanaian is given all the necessary tools, the knowledge, and the opportunity to strive and to lead. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity, and God bless our youth, and God bless Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minority Leader, for this insightful statement. The next person to take the statement is Honorable Dorcas Toffee. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, my last name is mentioned Toffee, not Toffee.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you.
Toffee.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the correction.
Oh, Charlie. Oh, Lord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make this important statement. Today, Ghana joins the global community in commemorating World Population Day, a day dedicated to raising awareness of population issues and their critical intersections with development, sustainability, and individual well-being. This year's theme, empowering young people to create the families they want in a fair and hopeful world, calls for significant emphasis on fostering national and global conversations that highlight the impact of population dynamics on socio-economical development, environmental sustainability, and the overall well-being of individuals and families. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's population is currently estimated at over 33 million, a figure that reflects both tremendous opportunity and immense responsibility. Our nation, like many across Africa, is blessed with a young and vibrant demographic, with approximately 57% of our citizens under the age of 25. This youthful population presents us with a powerful demographic dividend, but it can only be realized through bold and intentional decisions. Population growth in itself is not a threat. On the contrary, it can be a strategic asset. A growing population brings the promise of an expanded workforce, a more dynamic consumer base, and greater national potential. However, it equally demands that we scale up our systems to meet the rising need for education, healthcare, housing, clean water, sanitation, employment, and security. Mr. Speaker, our response to this challenge must be strategic, inclusive, and forward-looking. We must prioritize investment in health, especially in maternal and reproductive health services, empowering individuals and families with access to accurate information and quality services enables informed decisions about family planning, child spacing, and personal well-being. At the same time, our education sector must be restructured to match the demands of the 21st century. We must ensure that every child, regardless of background or location, has access to inclusive, quality education from basic to tertiary levels. Special focus must be given to technical and vocational education and training, TVET, which offers young people practical skills and job readiness in a competitive global market. Mr. Speaker, central to this conversation is the empowerment of women and girls. Their inclusion and advancement are not just matters of justice. They are prerequisites for sustainable development. Keeping girls in school, ending early marriage, and safeguarding them from all forms of abuse are key to building resilient families and prosperous communities. When women and girls are empowered, nations thrive. We must also accelerate efforts to expand decent employment opportunities for our youth. The creation of jobs must grow in tandem with our population. Support for entrepreneurship, skills development, and private sector partnership will be vital to unlocking innovation and productivity across sectors. Mr. Speaker, we face undeniable challenges, from urban congestion and environmental degradation to the mounting pressure on the infrastructure and social services. But these are not insurmountable. They require deliberate planning, coordinated policy interventions, and a long-term vision rooted in equity, resilience, and sustainability. As we observe World Population Day 2025, let us remember that population management is not about numbers, it's about people. It's about creating conditions that allow every Ghanaian to live with dignity, to access opportunities, and to contribute meaningfully to our national journey. I therefore call on all honorable members and stakeholders from government, civil society, academia, and the private sector to work together in building a Ghana where our population is not seen as a challenge, but as a dynamic force for national development, creativity, and progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dorcas Toffee. Did I pronounce the name well now? Toffee. Yes, the next to make the statement is Honorable Ralph Poku Edusei, Member of Parliament for Bakwai. You have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement on the commemoration of World Population Day. Mr. Speaker, today, July 11, 2025, the global community observes World Population Day, a pivotal movement established by the United Nations to spotlight demographic challenges and advance solutions for a sustainable future. The theme for this year, empowering young people to create the families they want in a fair and hopeful world, resonate deeply with the challenges and opportunities facing the youth today. Mr. Speaker, World Population Day traces its roots to July 11, 1987, when the global population reached 5 billion. In 1989, the United Nations designed this date as an annual call to action, highlighting the interplay between population dynamics, development, and human rights. This year's theme, empowering young people to create the families they want in a fair and a hopeful world, reaffirms the promise of the 1994 International Conference on Population and Development, that every person has the right to make informed choices about their lives and futures. It also calls for ensuring that young people all over the world have rights tools, and opportunities to shape their futures. Today, the world counts 1.8 billion young people between the ages of 10 to 24, the largest generation in history. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres emphasized that they, in bracket, young people, are not only shaping our future, they are demanding one that is just, inclusive, and sustainable. Mr. Speaker, as at 2025, Ghana's population stands at approximately 35.1 million, with a growth rate of approximately 1.85%. Globally, the population has grown significantly since 1987, reaching around 8 billion people. In Ghana, the population has increased from 16 million in 1987 to over 35 million today, with a youthful demographic where 37.4% of the population is between 0 to 4 and 88.2% aged between 15 to 64 years. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's youth population, like many countries worldwide, face challenges that impact their ability to create the families they want in a fair and hopeful world. These challenges include economic insecurity, gender inequality, limited health care and education, climate disruption and conflict, which can hinder the potential and aspirations. It is important that we use this day to raise awareness about population issues, promote policies that ensure a sustainable and equitable future, and advocate for reproductive health, family planning, and gender equality. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaian governments over the years, in an effort to empower young people and create the families they want in a fair and hopeful world, have demonstrated a commitment to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, through various initiatives. Some notable interventions include, Mr. Speaker, free senior high school SHS education policy, introduced in 2017 to enhance access to education, maximize literacy levels, and promote economic and social development. Global School Feeding Program, GSFP, aims to enhance food security, reduce hunger, and increase school enrollment, attendance, and retention. Adolescent Reproductive Health Policy, ARHP, launched in 2016 to provide comprehensive sexual and reproductive health education, increase access to family planning services, and reduce teenage pregnancy. Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty, LEAP program, provides cash transfer to poor households to reduce poverty and inequality. National Health Insurance Scheme, NHIS, offers health insurance to Ghanaians, promoting access to healthcare services. Ghana Cares Program collaborates with development partners to invigorate the economics, productive sectors, while safeguarding the vulnerable through multi-year flagship interventions. Mr. Speaker, empowering the young people to create the families they want in a fair and a hopeful world requires a multifaceted approach, including education, healthcare, economic opportunities, no poverty and hunger, and recognizing and protecting their rights and autonomy to meet the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Ghana's constitution also provides a framework for promoting the well-being and development of young people. Key provisions include Article 25, the right to education, which is essential for empowering young people, and Article 34, the directive principle of state policy, which emphasizes the importance of promoting the welfare of children and young people. Mr. Speaker, to empower young people to create the families they want in a fair and hopeful world, would I also recommend the government must also continue to invest in education and healthcare, That is, ensure access to quality education and healthcare, particularly reproductive health services. Provide economic opportunities by supporting entrepreneurship and build stable and secure futures for young people. Recognize and protect rights to ensure laws and policies to promote and protect the rights and autonomy of young people, particularly women and girls. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, empowering young people to create the families they want in a fair and a hopeful world is crucial for building a sustainable and equitable future. By investing in education, healthcare, economic opportunities, and rights, we can unlock the potentials of our youth and create a better world for all. As we commemorate World Population Day, let us reaffirm our commitment to supporting and empowering young people, ensuring they have the opportunities and resources needed to thrive. Let us strive to create a world where every person has access to the resources, education, and healthcare they need to shape their lives with dignity and hope. As the UN Secretary General said, Antonio Guterres put it, let us stand with young people and build a future where every person can shape their destiny in a world that is fair, peaceful, and full of hope, unquote. So, Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, we have the last commemorative statement standing in the name of Emmanuel K. Ntankuni, MP for Pro East. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This is Pro West. Pro West. Yes. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am profoundly grateful for this pristine opportunity to draw national attention to an issue that lies at the heart of our development, prosperity, and collective future on World Population Day. World Population Day, commemorated annually, which serves as a global platform to focus attention on the urgency and significance of population issues. The root of this day traces back to July 11, 1987, the historic day when the world's population reached 5 billion, a milestone that underscored the pressing need to reflect on population trends and their implications for our shared future. Right, Honorable Speaker, each year, the United Nations selects a theme that reflects the evolving population development agenda, guiding nations to examine how population growth impacts social, economic, and environmental outcomes. This year's theme, empowering young people to create the families they want in a fair and hopeful world, reaffirms the promise of the 1994 International Conference on Population and Development, that every person has the right to make informed choices about their lives and future. At the very heart of that promise lies the family, the most fundamental unit of society. Many young people today face economic uncertainty, gender inequality, health challenges, the climate crisis, and conflict. Still, they are leading with courage, conscience, and clarity, and they are calling for systems that uphold their rights and support their choices. Right, Honorable Speaker, the world's population, according to United Nations, is now projected to reach an estimated 8.2 billion and 9.9 billion people by the end of 2025 and 2050, respectively. At the end of 2025, Africa's population is projected to be approximately 1.54 to 1.55 billion. This rapid increase makes Africa the fastest growing region, home to nearly 19% of the world's population. Ghana alone contributes approximately 36 million to this figure, representing about 0.43% of the global population. Behind these statistics are real lives. Young people yearning for opportunity, women striving for empowerment, and families aspiring for dignity and security. It is a reminder that our national agenda must place young people and families at its center. According to the United Nations Population Division, Right Honorable Speaker, many developed countries are experiencing fertility rates well below the replacement level of 2.1 births per woman, which is necessary to maintain a stable population. Meanwhile, in many developing countries, including those on our continent, families are confronted with an entirely different set of realities with rapid population growth, high fertility rates, and persistent socioeconomic barriers that limit young people, especially young women, from making empowered, informed choices about marriage, childbearing, and family life. Right Honorable Speaker, according to the latest data from the Ghana Statistical Service and the United Nations Population Fund, Ghana's current total fertility rate stands at approximately 3.6 children per woman. This represents a gradual decline from a total fertility rate of 4.2 in 2010 and over 6.4 in the 1980s, signaling progress in reproductive health, education, and services. However, it is worth noting that while the national average shows a downward trend, significant disparities exist. Rural areas still record higher fertility rates, around 4.4 children per woman, compared to 2.8 in urban areas. This shows that Ghana's total fertility rate of 3.6 is higher than the global average currently estimated at 2.3 births per woman. But it aligns with broader demographic trends of sub-Saharan Africa, which remains one of the fastest growing regions in the world. Early and unintended pregnancies, lack of access to sexual and reproductive health education, unemployment, and economic pressures often constrain young Ghanaians from building the families they truly desire. Right Honorable Speaker, as articulated in the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 3 and 5, which demand that we meet the needs of today without compromising the ability of future generations to meet theirs. It calls for a delicate balance between economic growth, social inclusion, gender equality, environmental protection, and respect for human rights. Right Honorable Speaker, as we join the global community to celebrate this day, we must recognize the fundamental human rights of every individual, especially young people, to make informed decisions about if, when, and how many children they wish to have. But these choices do not happen in isolation. They are influenced by education, access to healthcare, economic circumstances, climate change, and cultural factors. This reality presents both opportunities and challenges. On one hand, our youthful population offers the potential for demographic dividend, where a large, educated, and empowered workforce drives economic growth. On the other hand, high fertility rates, if unmanaged, can strain healthcare systems, deepen poverty, and hinder sustainable development. Right, Honorable Speaker, I believe we are on the right path, and I say this with confidence, especially in light of the tireless effort and goodwill demonstrated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, a leader whose unwavering commitment to human development, population management, and job creation continues to resonate across Ghana. Under this renewed leadership, we are witnessing bold, people-centered policies that directly empower our youth, giving them the tools, dignity, and voice to shape their own future. Right, Honorable Speaker, this government is listening and responding. Let us stand with the young people and build a future where every person can shape their destiny in a world that is fair, peaceful, and full of hope. As rightly put by Kofi Annan, former UN General Secretary, a nation that fails to invest in its young people mortgages its future. This requires that the government of Ghana takes population issues more seriously to also fulfill the spirit enshrined in Article 37(4) of the 1992 Constitution of the country, which states that the state shall maintain a population policy consistent with the aspirations and development needs and objectives of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Honourable members, statements are duly delivered and by agreement. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, initially we agreed that 3 statements on population will do 3, but Honorable Question did not read the statement. So now we have 4 statements on population. So we are trying to do 3 plus leadership, making 8.
Well,
I have no objection, except to remind him that at conclave, the decision is that
yes,
we'll move with a light of speed
yes,
on the bill.
Yes.
So, but if it is your pleasure that we should have even 10-10, I have no issues.
My brother, if a decision has been taken by conclave.
Mr. Speaker, it comes back to the same thing, because after the 3 contributions, we'll come back to contribute on question statement. So we've added that of question to make 4 statements. So we've added 1 as if we are contributing towards question statements. So we come back to the same
Very
point.
well, I don't have that statement before me. But,
no.
You see, Honorable Member, when statements are admitted, they are supposed to be programmed and copies made available for members. Now, the 4 statements that we are taking, we have it uploaded on the console. But the 5th one that we are talking about is not here. So if he wants to use the opportunity, instead of making a statement, contribute to the statement, then he should be one of the contributors.
Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is we made provision for Honorable Question. We could not find his statement. As a result, he is not reading that statement. So we are done with reading of statements. Now we are going to contribute to the statement made by
Yes, that is why we are speaking the same language. If you will be one of the contributors, that decision decide on your side. You understand? It's not a matter to be agreed upon. So I got the sense. So, you understand? So now statements are duly presented and it is for your comment. And as agreed, 2-2 and the leadership will conclude. So the indication is that question will be one of the people commenting on the statement. Is that it? Honourable member for Kwasi Meeting, you have the floor.
No, I'm coming. Mr. Speaker, he's not contributing to the statement. But
then, honourable member for Kwasi Meeting, you have the floor.
But there's outstanding statement from Honourable Felicia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. May I commend the makers of the statements. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very important that we commend them. Mr. Speaker, the theme which they have all succinctly spoken on is empowering the youth.
Members, we need to be brief.
Yes, empowering
the youth. If you want to go
youth,
beyond the 5 minutes, I'll cut you.
Yes, empowering the youth to create families in an inclusive society. Empowering the youth is not only about health or education, but it is also about empowering them to have that mental fortitude as future leaders, as future family makers of the society. We all agree, and it is succinctly couched in our Constitution, that the family is the basic unit on which all societies are built. That is why the theme resonates with good and sound reasoning, creating quality families in an inclusive society. If families break down, if we don't create quality families, we are going to produce people that are going to be a burden on the society. And that is why I rise to support this clarion call. It is not just a commemorative one, but it is something that we should all accept. Religious leaders, traditional leaders, schools, wherever, policymakers, we make it a point to ensure that we create great families, bigger and better families that would help our society to grow. On this note, I would want to humbly commend the makers of the statement. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru, be brief.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. First, I would like to thank the lead statement made by the leader, Honorable Apiaje, and my colleague Raf and colleagues from the other side for this commemorative statement. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch briefly on the cardinal issue of the statement. The maker of the statement, first statement, draw attention to the fact that over 60% of our population is over the age of 35 or 35 years. Mr. Speaker, those below the age of 35 presents us with two contrasting things, what we call the demographic dividend or demographic disaster. Mr. Speaker, the demographic dividend is the opportunities that this particular group of people present for our economic development. And the demographic disaster is the converse. That is the lack of actions and the threat this population presents to the country. First, on the demographic dividend, Mr. Speaker, a youthful population is a catalyst for economic development. And when we have the population being under the age of 25, definitely we expect that a country so minded will use this population so well to enhance the development. Mr. Speaker, but in our case, we seem to have a huge chunk of the youth being unemployed. And that is a disaster that we have to be on. Mr. Speaker, we can do something about this situation. We can, as a country, prioritize how we make the youth the center of our development. Mr. Speaker, technical education is one. One of the makers of a statement drew our attention to that fact, that once we want our youth to have employable skills, the employability of our youth is very important. And once we prioritize technical education, Mr. Speaker, we'll be able to do something and turn our demographic disaster to demographic dividend. Mr. Speaker, another issue that we need to look at is the basic education should have entrepreneurial, traits. In other words, we must imbibe at the basic, at the core, entrepreneurial education so that the youth will be able to.
Honorable
On this
member,
note, Mr.
conclude.
Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the statement.
Thank you very, very much. Yes, Honorable Zaneto Rollins, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statements made by the honorable members under the theme of Global Population Day, which is empowering young people to create the families they want in a fair and hopeful world. Mr. Speaker, Africa has the most youthful population globally, and it's also the most resource rich and has a huge landmass. If we're to effectively develop our countries by having effective decentralization and equitable distribution of our resources, we will actually discover that the hype that is out there about Africa being overpopulated is actually untrue. Because if we have proper distribution of resources, proper governance and decentralization, we will discover that we will be able to put a halt to the rural-urban drift, and we'll find that our population is actually not over the limit. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we are to really give hope to young people to have quality families, it also starts with providing a situation of stability and security and peace. Across the continent, we have too many areas where we have conflict, where we have lack of stability, we have so much disaster, as well as the emergence of violent extremism. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible for people to think about having families when they are thinking of survival mode. So we have a duty as governments across the continent to really provide a situation of stability and peace in order to be able to satisfy this particular provision for the youth to have a fair and hopeful world. Mr. Speaker, our national security, our global security are a threat to this particular theme, and it starts with good governance. Mr. Speaker, across the sub-region, whether it's in the Sahel or even closer home in Boku or even in Greater Accra, the levels of conflict and violence are getting increasingly disturbing, and the youth are constantly being blamed. But the youth are not in position of leadership or governance. So governance must take account of the aspirations of the youth in order to make sure they are not forgotten at the decision-making table, so that when we expect that they'll have youthful families that have quality of life, it is based on the fact that there's an environment that makes provision for it. Mr. Speaker, we have a duty as representatives to ensure that our various governments are giving the chance for young people to have families, to have access to the right kind of funding to be able to support themselves, to support their businesses, and to ensure quality education of their children, as well as good health care. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do add my voice to the makers of the various statements that we have to have a collective action to ensure that this theme is actually realized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, by the agreement, we've done 2 from here. Then we'll use the opportunity to take a statement standing in the name of Honorable Felicia Ajay, MP for Kintampo, on immigration and returnees. Honorable Member, you have the floor. Here on his feet, because I didn't see anybody here. We want to take 2-2.
The agreement was that we put all the statements together, which we have dispensed of. Then we'll have two apiece.
Yes.
2 from each side.
Yes, so I have taken 2 from here.
Yeah, so
1 from here. Then I turn looking at this side, nobody is up. So I assume.
I'm sorry, Speaker, when you finish, you still have to come to leadership before you go to the next.
So if the leadership is not up, the presumption is that.
Speaker, do respect.
Yes, so you have the floor.
I wish to speak.
You have the floor.
You are not speaking. Are you speaking? Okay, Speaker, let me. We Let me thank. My colleague is signaling me that he wants to speak, but Speaker, we are in your hands. If it's your pleasure.
Honorable member, I am not the one that will agree. Then I'll come here and do otherwise.
Okay. Okay, Speaker, I will speak. I commend you, Speaker, for your indulgence, the masterpiece of putting all the three statements, I guess, together, being all delivered at the same time. And then the decision to ensure that we can speak on these statements as a whole. I think fundamental concerns have been raised, and not to repeat the issues that colleagues have spoken to. I tend to share in the many things that colleagues have spoken to, the derivative, the positive and the negative derivatives of population dynamics and what have you. Speaker, it is said that Africa has the youngest population. Yes, no doubt about it, but clearly we are sleeping on that huge potential. We are not taking advantage of it. And so that there's a call, there's a beckon call that we should be able to take advantage of our young population. That itself is a resource in its dormant stage that must be enhanced and used to its fullest potential. That, for me, is a matter we cannot toil with. Speaker, we are also having the drifting of population from our countryside to the urban centers. So our cities are becoming populated, overpopulated, and the attendant effect on infrastructure and facilities at our cities. This comes in wake and a call on duty bearers, the Minister for Local Government, and the cross-cutting issues that the minister should bring and other duty bearers should bring their minds to. The honourable member, one of the colleagues who presented a statement, made a passing reference to the Brundtland Commission. Brundtland, who is an expert, a Dutch expert, who had, yes, I see my good friend, the chief whip, referencing the year. Brundtland is a Dutch authority in the usage of resources, sustainable usage of resources for today and for the future. That has been made. The UN has taken some resolution on these matters, so we don't need to rehash. However, Speaker, and I know we are constrained with time, the imperative of the Directive Principle of State Policy, specifically Article 37 of the Constitution, is clear on equitable distribution of resources. And one can argue that, well, the Directive Principle of State Policy is not justiciable. But these are very important guides, both to the executive, the legislature, and other government officials. And we should be reverting our minds to it. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we have a state institution, the National Population Council, who bear direct responsibility in such matters. It is regrettable that the Population Council is more or less, for want of a better expression, at the beck and call of international donors. Real budgetary provision from the state and government, and here I'm not saying just NDC government, governments that have come and gone, they've always cracked the surface of the concerns of the National Population Council. And so we are devoted, committed to achieving on these key deliverables because of the connectivity in terms of poverty reduction, food sustainability, and food availability, then we should be paying attention to it. And I'm happy that the respected deputy leader on our side, I see my good friend, and other notable personalities who have taken key interest in population concern. I hope it doesn't become a 9-day wonder where we put on our branded T-shirts, and then when we finish, we let the matters to rest. So I pray we can sustain the campaign, and then we can all achieve and help in achieving what we are all desirous of achieving. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statement ably made by 4 honorable members of this House, led by our Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Patricia AJ. Mr. Speaker, World Population Day, and the theme of this is empowering young people to create the families they want in a fair and hopeful world. Mr. Speaker, that simply means that we today, political elite, the leadership of this country, should give the young people hope. They need hope to be able to create the kind of fairness we are talking about. Mr. Speaker, the population of the world, as it stands today, is just over 8 billion. In fact, it became 8 billion, I think, on the 15th of November 2022. Africa's population, as has been mentioned, is about 1.5 billion. And Ghana's own is almost about 34 billion when it was last counted. Mr. Speaker, that obviously means that there's going to be strain on services that the government and us all provide for our people, including these young people. Mr. Speaker, it means that we need to relook at the way we use our resources for the benefit of these young people who we are trying to create an equitable, fairness, and hopeful society for them. Mr. Speaker, one of the lessons as well is that we should not be, we the political elite or who lead the country, should not be overborrowing to leave debt for this future generation. Because if we do, they will not be able to create the families that they want, because they will spend their time basically paying the debt that we have left them. Mr. Speaker, it is clear, and it's been said many times, that Africa's population is a significantly a youthful one. In Africa, about 25, the biggest chunk of the population are people below the age of 25. In Ghana, the bulk of our population are actually young people. And the biggest problem we have today is unemployment. Mr. Speaker, that's a time bomb. If we don't create a conducive atmosphere to be able to create jobs for our young people, they can never achieve the creation of the families they want and have a fair and hopeful world. Mr. Speaker, it is important, therefore, that we create policies and programs that will enable our young people to be able to get jobs, as is being done, currently. Mr. Speaker, I wish the young people well. I hope that they participate in all activities of this country, and I pray that we who are managing the economy of this country give the young people opportunity to be part of the future that we are creating or planning for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with these few words. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable members, will we briefly take the statement standing in the name of Honourable Felicia Ajay, Member of Parliament for Kintapo, so that we can take one contributions and then we move to the bill. Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make this statement. I am here today to talk about why many young people from Kintampo South go to places like Libya and what happens when they come back. Mr. Speaker, a lot of Ghanaians leave the country looking for better life somewhere, come back after many years. This affects families, the economy, and the country's progress. Mr. Speaker, many people leave because they cannot find jobs, there are not enough opportunities, and life can be hard here. As a result, we lose smart and talented people who could help build Ghana. Mr. Speaker, even though different governments have tried to help people find jobs and start businesses, many young people still struggling because of lack of money, different rules, and little support. But those who return home also bring hope. They come back with new skills, experience that can help Ghana grow. Mr. Speaker, we need to welcome them and help them succeed. Sadly, many young people with great ideas either give up or leave the country. Many young people are unaware of the dangers associated with irregular immigration. We need to teach them the truth using schools, churches, community leaders, and social media. Our system does not support them enough to start and grow successful business. Mr. Speaker, that is why I suggest we do more to help young businesses. We do more to help more businesses grow and create jobs. Programs like LEAP and MASLOC have helped a bit, but we need more strong people, more strong plan that brings all these efforts together. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the Minister of Business Development and the private sector formed a 7-member committee to lead the drafting and advocacy for the passage of the Ghana Invitation and Setup Bill. My check indicates that the bill is at the consideration of the Technical Working Committee. So I am appealing to government to fast-track the work of the committee, formulate the Setup Act, especially a law that will make it easy to start a businesses, help young people get money and training, protect their ideas, and encourage teamwork. Bring together all the help from government and donor groups. Mr. Speaker, the other countries like Nigeria and Kenya have already passed similar laws, and it is helping their young people succeed. So I ask Parliament to support the Setup Act. Let us give our young entrepreneurs the tools they need to build successful businesses and help Ghana grow. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Yes, one comment, if any. Yes, honorable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity granted me to contribute to the statement made by Honorable Felicia Eje on the reasons why young people exit Ghana for greener pastures elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, it is true that most young women and men of our country, Ghana, now travel outside the country purposely with the aim to search for white-collar jobs where they think they exist. But it is rather not true that they get these white-collar jobs. Most often than not, Mr. Speaker, social media has made us see that most of our young people who travel outside Ghana found themselves in some conditions more deplorable and harder than even their living conditions in Ghana here that they were living. That is why it is important that the government policies we have here, like the LEAP, like MASLOC, should be protected. But Mr. Speaker, the unfortunate situation is that much as I have known that still there is no free manna falling anywhere in the world, governments over the years have tried to sustain these programs. But when people go for such loans or facilities to better their living conditions, they sometimes think that it is free money and repayment becomes a problem. Whereas this was supposed to be a revolving kind of fund. You take it, you return it, so that someone who is next to you can also get it. So that by so doing, we can gradually develop young people, get capital, and work with this capital to better their lives. It is for this reason I would like to appeal to our young people in Ghana that such policies by governments, as we have like Maslock, like LEAP, are there to better their conditions, but they are not free monies that will be given to them. They take and they refuse to pay. If you take such facilities and you do not pay back, you are doing harm to your brother or sister who would have come to benefit from such social intervention. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity for me to contribute to this statement. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I must say that traveling for greener pastures has its pros and cons. Mr. Speaker, most of us here in this parliament have traveled for one reason or the other, and have stayed there whether to better education, better the loss of our families, or even just for recreational purposes. Mr. Speaker, people travel to gather critical life experiences and life hacks that help them and train them in areas of discipline, hard work, even punctuality at work, embracing diversity, because you get to interact with people from all walks of life and engage them in work, education, and other disciplines. Respect for human rights can also be learned whilst, abroad, and also furthering of one's education. Mr. Speaker, however, some people travel under very perilous circumstances. For example, the people who travel through the desert, through Libya, to join, whether to go to Spain or Italy, and they undergo very perilous circumstances in order to even get to their final destination to seek for greener pastures. And these are the things that we should be talking about. The Speaker, the other negative consequences of traveling outside are brain drain.
No member conclude.
Sorry. Our brain drain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Brain drain. And you have also seen that in Arab countries, we have seen videos of our mostly women going through very difficult circumstances and going through very inhumane circumstances. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I'd like to call upon a concerted effort from our government to make sure that people traveling, if we can seek opportunities for our people, make it a regularized program so that the embassies would take charge of Ghanaians who are traveling to the various countries. Then they'll keep track of them, keep track of the jobs that they are doing, keep track of whatever they are doing there, so that when they go through difficult circumstances, we can be there to support our citizens who are traveling outside. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
Yes, leadership, any indication?
Speaker, yes, we've come to the end of statements.
So statement time is ended.
Yes.
The Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025 under consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I think we stopped at clause 50. We've done clause 50. Is that not so? We are moving to clause 51.
Importation of vessel to engage in fishing and fishing-related activities.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, no advertised amendment. It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Frank Afriye.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, I wish to bring to your attention and for consideration, possibly, the fact that operation under clause 1 should be deleted. I take with your permission, a person shall not import a vessel for fishing operations or fishing-related activities unless the importation is approved by the ministry. Speaker, respectfully, I submit that if you look at clause 2, it justifies my position that there is no consistency. Clause 2 says that subject to the Ghana Shipping Act 2003 at 645, the Commission shall make recommendation to the Ghana Maritime Authority for the registration of vessels to engage in fishing and fishing-related activities. So it is my take, Speaker, respectfully, that we delete operations at clause 1. So
well, that is the proposal, but don't you think in the second line they use the word engage?
Absolutely. Say that again, Speaker.
They use the word engaged.
No. Speaker,
in the second clause 51(2), the word used is vessel to engage in. Yes,
Speaker, my position is that if you look at it, it's like unnecessary repetition because fishing operation and fishing-related activities.
Honourable members, is for consideration of the House.
Speaker.
Yes.
Respectfully, let me urge my brother to withdraw the amendment because 1 is about the importation of the vessel. That's a separate transaction. In 2, it's about engagement. It could be for a short period. So there are 2 different scenarios being referenced in 1 and in 2. Yes, so.
Speaker,
well, Chairman of the committee, what do we say? We need to truncate these arguments on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, this has come up before, and I was advised that if it's importation of the vessels, it comes for a lot of things, including fishing operations. So it has to be fishing operations. And then fishing-related activities, which can then be research, other related things, and survey, and data collection, etc. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee thinks that the current rendition is appropriate, it conveys the meaning properly, and we should be allowed to stay.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is drawing our attention that previous provisions have stated that fishing and fishing-related activities. In this one, we are using fishing operation, which to me, if we leave at fishing and fishing-related, it is consistent with the previous rendition, and that's the point he's making.
Can you show us the previous rendition?
Mr. Speaker, 1, but yeah, 51. Mr. Speaker, I'll need a moment, not this current one. I'll need a moment.
That wasn't what the honourable member said.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that we've had this rendition before. This is not the first time it's appearing. And it's always been fishing and fishing-related activities. And this
well,
time,
I'll direct the drafters for consistency.
all right.
Very well. Is it approved by the ministry or by the minister?
It's approved, Mr. Speaker.
It's approved by the ministry or the minister in 5.1. Is it minister or ministry?
It's approved by the ministry and endorsed by the stakeholders.
51.1 is saying a person shall not import a vessel for fishing operations or fishing-related activity under the importation.
Speaker, it should be by the minister. That is the standard.
That's why I'm asking whether
That's
it
how
is
we
the
draft.
minister that is giving the approval or the ministry that is
It
giving
is
the
the
approval.
minister. It's the office holder. It's the office
Chairman
holder.
of the committee, what do you say?
Mr. Speaker, it is so. I didn't get you the first time. It's
Very
the
well.
minister, please.
Very well. So delete in one the last word, ministry, and insert minister. Yes?
Just the point that when we look at the application of the Act, they are saying B, fishing and fishing-related activities.
Very well. That's why I direct the drafters to correct it for us. So all those in favor of the amendment proposed to clause 51(1) say aye. Those against say no. I'm putting the question on the entire clause 51. As many as are in favor of clause 51 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no.
Mr. Speaker.
The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
Clause 51 is ordered to stand part of the bill. You see, getting up early is part of the game. You do not wait when the question is being put, then you try to arrest. Clause 52.
Construction of artisanal or semi-industrial fishing vessel.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Any proposed amendment, it is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Honourable members, when I said amendment is for the consideration of the House, that is where members will be getting up to be proposing the amendment. Yes?
Thank you,
Honourable
Mr. Speaker.
Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing for an insertion of a phrase 52(2) should read, for the purpose of subsection 1, the Commission shall collaborate with the Ghana Maritime Authority, the Ghana National Canoe Cavers Association, traditional leaders, and other relevant agencies, as the case may be, for the construction of an artisanal or semi-industrial vessel.
Honourable member, if you introduce as the case may be, it means you want them to pick and choose. Yes, Honourable Majority.
Speaker, in fact, that is why the phrase is introduced relevant. So once it's relevant, then they may be consulted. Because as the case may be, also means relevant. So relevant takes care of as the case may be, as and when they are necessary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, but I was making this point because traditional rulers, in some cases, is specified clearly. But in some cases, you may not get or you may not need to involve or engage traditional rulers. But if you mention it explicitly...
Remember, what is the word relevant doing in the phrase?
No, the relevant is not in reference to traditional rulers.
No.
They are saying traditional rulers is mentioned explicitly,
Yes.
specifically.
Yes.
And they are saying other relevant stakeholders. Other relevant stakeholders is not, the relevance is not in respect of the traditional rulers.
Yes.
That's the point I'm making.
Yes.
And I'm saying that for the fear that traditional rulers may sometimes demand, when the case does not demand that they are engaged.
Who are the traditional rulers? You go to our coastal areas. Is there any coastal area without a traditional ruler?
No, it doesn't only about coastal areas.
Yes, Honourable Kinsley Nyako, let me hear you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, yesterday I took the bill home to read. When you called for any other issue, we were looking at 51, paragraph 1. And after it was done, I rose. So
Honourable member, we are now on clause 52. Do you have amendment on clause 52?
I didn't arrest the tape. I'm saying that if you do that,
Do you have amendment on clause 52? Honourable members, in the absence of any further amendment, all those in favor of clause 52 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 52 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 53.
Application for permit to construct artisanal or semi-industrial fishing vessel.
Mr. Speaker, we have no
Chairman of the
advertised
committee.
amendment.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, as many as are in favor of clause 53 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 53 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 54.
Grant of permit to construct artisanal or semi-industrial fishing vessel.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendments, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 54 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 54 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Refusal of permit to construct artisanal or semi-industrial fishing vessel.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Honourable Member.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek some clarification from the chairman. 55(1) outlines certain conditions prevalent why the Commission may refuse to grant the permit, and it outlines A, B, C, D. I want to ask the chairman, are these, if a person satisfies these 4 conditions, is it a requirement that the Commission will grant the permit? So there are any...
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there are parts. There's a separate section that details requirements for granting of permits.
Any further consideration? There be no advertised amendment and there be no proposed amendment. The question is as many as are in favor of clause 55 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 56.
Prohibition of fishing or fishing-related activities without a fishing license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, there is no advertised amendment, please.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I humbly suggest that we take fishing qualifying the license out of the head note. So it reads prohibition of fishing or fishing-related activities without a license. So that because the entire regime is about the fishing license, we don't need to repeat fishing license, in my humble view. Speaker, let me disengage.
Very well. Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 56 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 56 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 57. Chairman of the committee.
Types of fishing licenses.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Asamoah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 57(1). For the purpose of fishing or fishing related activities under this Act, the Commission shall, subject to the approval of the Minister, issue the following fishing license. Mr. Speaker, this Commission has a governing board, and the board should be given the powers to grant this fishing license. If you look at the Gold Board, the approval of licenses is given to the Gold Board. So I suggest that we replace it with either the governing board or replace it with the Commission. Thank you.
In this case, the alter ego of the Commission is the board. The alter ego of the Commission is the board. That is the distinction between calling it Gold Board.
Yes.
This one is the Commission, but the alter ego of the Commission is the board. The Commission itself per se cannot take a step. It is the board. So the act of the commission is the act of the board.
Yes, so Mr. Speaker, it should be explicit in here because you are saying that the governing board of the commission don't have the power to grant license, but it has to be subject to the ministry that has to grant the license.
Yes.
Speaker, the member may avert his mind to the amendment we effected in 51(1). That is the minister who is being empowered to issue the license, to grant the license.
Yes.
So is the minister. Thank you very much.
Any further issue? Honourable members, all those in favor of clause 57 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 58.
Qualification for license to operate Ghanaian fishing vessel.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I will first seek clarification from the chairman, and probably that will inform whether my amendment still holds. 58(1), paragraph A, reads, a Ghanaian fishing vessel is a fishing vessel owned or controlled by a citizen, the government, or owned or controlled by a company or partnership registered by laws in the Republic, and the share of which is beneficially owned wholly by the government. And Mr. Speaker, my emphasis is beneficially owned wholly by the government, a citizen, a public corporation established by law in the Republic, or a combination of any of them. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to find out why do we have to introduce this, because we know that a Ghanaian company is defined by law, i.e. registered incorporated in Ghana with majority shareholders being Ghanaians. And that is the definition of a Ghanaian company. If that is right, why do we have to introduce this one here? Maybe I'm getting a different meaning of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. But before asking the chairman to respond, is this in contravention with the principle that a Ghanaian company means a company wholly or partly owned?
Mr. Speaker, my difficulty is on the provision that the beneficial ownership should be wholly Ghanaian. That is what my understanding of this particular provision is on. So if they say beneficial ownership should be wholly Ghanaian, is that the position of what a Ghanaian company is? That is just the clarity I wanted from the chairperson in respect of that.
Well, I'm clear in my mind, but Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. In discussing this particular provision, there was extensive reference to the Companies Act as amended, and we are seeking by this provision to cure a certain practice, which is that we need the beneficial owners of companies in the industry known, because there are examples of Ghanaians fronting for companies when proceeds and other benefits, these are natural resources that should come to Ghana and Ghanaians, doesn't really come. And so this provision is aiming to cure that kind of gap in our resource benefits for citizens in this country. And so the era where fronting for people and the ownership and benefits and proceeds of this resource going out to those people will be curtailed by this provision.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, you are an authority in this, and I'll just, if you would probably, if it is okay, then I'll yield. But
so let's say Kabiru is a Nigerian, and I we registered a company in Ghana. The company is registered in Ghana as a Ghanaian company. However, you, the Nigerian, hold all the shares, though the company is registered in Ghana. That is what this is seeking to cure. In that particular case, for purposes of certification and licensing to operate in Ghanaian, as a Ghanaian fishing vessel, it will not be classified as a Ghanaian fishing vessel because the beneficial ownership, which is the share of the company, is not owned by a Ghanaian, the citizens of Ghana, but it is citizens of Nigeria. That is the difference. Though the company is registered in Ghana, it's incorporated in Ghana.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that it will not conflict with the Companies Act, I yield.
It's not in
All
conflict.
Right.
Any further? Yes?
And to allay his fears, normally we use the regulation to flesh out the incidence of what constitutes control. So.
Any further amendment? Any further issue? This is not an amendment anyway. In the absence of any amendment to clause 58, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 58 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 58 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 59.
Application for license to operate Ghanaian industrial fishing vessel.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, 59 to W. I will want to find out, in the event that a company, or a vessel has no history of infractions, is it so important that the report is attached if there's no history of infractions? Is that report still necessary to be attached?
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, it will be straightforward. If there is no history, the report will say so.
Any other concern? All members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 59 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 60.
Application for license to operate Ghanaian semi-industrial fishing vessel.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, 62E, we have where applicable. I want to find out why do we have to qualify that because of the statutory nature of Social Security and then insurance trust law. Why do we have to qualify that? Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Chairman of the committee. You see, Honorable Dr. Kabiru, here we are talking about Social Security. A person above 60 years can operate, but such a person is not entitled to contribute Social Security. So that is why they are indicating where it is applicable. So there are instances where it will not be applicable. In this House, members of Parliament above 60 do not contribute Social Security. So it is not applicable to them. Yes.
Speaker, my other concern is about the consistency of labeling the license. And some head knows, we say fishing license. And others, we eliminate the fishing. So if they
well, I would direct the drafters to be consistent in the use of the language. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, still on L, proof of ownership. To ensure consistency, a similar rendition is in P, hire purchase agreement or bill of sale. Hire purchase agreement or bill of sale bill of sale specifically is a proof of ownership. Here we are saying proof of ownership. Is it okay to repeat P in the place of L? Because basically it's the same. And I just want to first be sure that they were talking about the same thing, that I can propose amendments to that effect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Well, Mr. Speaker, P is specific, and then L is proof of ownership. So it can go beyond P, what is itemized in P. So if you have further proof of ownership, what does it say? How does it justify that it is yours? So you prove beyond reasonable doubt that it's actually yours. And I think that increases transparency. And the object here is to demonstrate transparency in this kind of license issuance. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, then to ensure consistency, as we all said, then we should rather replace P with proof of ownership so that abundantly we will know that we are talking about the same thing. But if here we are saying bill of sale or hire purchase agreement, which is basically a proof of ownership, and here you come to mention specifically proof of ownership without the...
You see, the distinctions are very clear, Dr. Kabiru. If somebody is proving ownership by a hire purchase, that is a different thing. If I have a document to show that I'm the owner of this, it's also a different thing. So it doesn't cause any harm to the provision. Does it cause any harm to the provision?
Speaker, for instance, in the interim, I may be in possession of a V8. I may hire the vehicle for, say, a week. And for official purposes, it's in my possession. I am driving it. I can also, through a hire purchase. Hire purchase means I am paying over a long period. I have not finished paying. But the agreement says that I'll be in possession and I'll be making payments as agreed, installment payments. If I want to apply that in official purposes, I only have to exhibit that agreement. Then we also have outright ownership. You purchase, you paid for it, transfer of ownership done. And so if you need it for official purposes, you can exhibit that. So this is like a checklist, giving indications to number of instances that this will be applicable. So you can tick one box and where it is applicable. If it's not about hire purchase, you leave it. It's not necessarily required for you to tick it.
As many as are in favor of clause 60 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 60 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 61.
Application for license to operate foreign fishing vessel.
Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Yeah, it is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Member, you have the floor.
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, if you read clause 61, a person who intends to operate a foreign fishing vessel shall apply to the minister for a license to operate a foreign fishing vessel. If we juxtapose this with 59, if I may take you back to 59. It says a person who intends, that's for local, a person who intends to operate a Ghanaian industrial fishing vessel shall apply in a prescribed form. Mr. Speaker, if you look at when you are applying for a local one, there is that statement that it should be in a prescribed form. But for a foreign one, it doesn't say so. But we know if there is a reason for that. If not, then we need to repeat the same thing so that whether foreign or local, there is a prescribed form.
Read clause 61(2).
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, an application under subsection 1 shall be in writing and accompanied with the prescribed fee and the following document. Mr. Speaker, that still does not say the exact words used in 59. Because it can still be in writing, but is it in the prescribed form as used in 59?
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, there are two different licenses. One for local Ghanaians and another for foreign. We just step up the proof and oversight by the minister to be sure that they satisfy the conditions under subsection 2. For her to satisfy herself or he to satisfy himself, then authorize the issuance of the license. And so it's deliberate, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I pray that we allow the current rendition to stay.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, to buttress my point, if you go back to 59.2, it still says, that's the local, it still says an application under subsection 1 shall be in writing. So even having said in 59.1 that it should be in prescribed form, you come to 59.2 and it still says in writing. And so if you come to 61 and you omit
So your difficulty is that because the locals, they have prescribed a form for them.
there should be a
The foreign too, they should prescribe a form for them.
Exactly, Mr. Speaker.
Meanwhile, the conditions are not the same. Why do you argue that the locals should be treated equally like the foreigners?
Mr. Speaker, no, it's just to ensure there is consistency in how we apply, because the form is a form. Whichever information you want to put in the form is up to the commission. But there should be a prescribed form, be it local or foreign.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I again pray that we allow the 61 to stay as it is. There are sub-regional and international protocols on these, and we've checked other countries and how it is done for foreign vessels. So this is consistent, and I pray that we allow this to stay. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I've been following the argument, and I think for the sake of standardization, I tend to tilt towards my honorable member from.
So, Honorable Minority
However,
Chief, you want the locals to be subjected to the international standard. That is what we are talking about.
The understanding I have is that one leg has a standardization, the other has no standardization. It's firmer with the international standard. Well, if the chairman is making the argument that it is flowing from as a result of a standard or best practice, then I will not argue further. If it's from a best practice, then I will yield to him. But maybe the drafter should consult more on it.
Understand this to mean is that for the locals, they have prescribed a form which simplifies things for them. You understand? There's a prescribed form for the locals, that ABCD. So you are completing form. But as to whether we can make the law for the internationals also prescribing the form, then that particular form must be in conformity with the international or other countries. So what is the best practice? Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I would tend to agree with my colleague over there. Why can't we? It's a matter of standardization. Why would you not standardize it and make everyone have a prescribed form, whether it's foreign or it's local? Because the moment you leave that room for not a prescribed form for foreign, we all know what happens when it's foreign. You know, there's a lot of things that happen when it's not a Ghanaian owned. So I tend to agree with him.
Then some of the provisions must be deleted.
Thank you.
So
Mr.
that you don't subject some to a wholly owned Ghanaian company.
Belabor this point. We should just let the drafters, and in consultation with the chair.
Well, I'll direct the drafters to look at this and tidy it up. Subject to a direction to the drafters, as many as are in favor of clause 61 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 61 is ordered to stand part of the bill, subject to the drafters reconciling 61 and 59. Clause 62.
Application for license to use Ghanaian vessel in fishing-related activities.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, as many as are in favor of clause 62 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 62 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 63.
Consideration and grant of fishing license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, starting from the honorable member at the back.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, under 63F, the provision in 2F, I mean, the provision in 2 is establishing the Fishing License Evaluation Committee, and it has listed up to E, the composition. My difficulty is the F, any other organization that the committee may determine. Mr. Speaker, I think when it comes to establishment of committee in an act like this, it is important for the determination as has been made here to stand. But if you open it up again to any other organization that the commission may determine, I think it is an open space that may create some problem in the future.
Order committee.
Mr. Speaker, he has a point. The F was deliberately added, taking cognizance of the fact that it's an evolving field and that there are new emerging technologies and institutions that are having control of this subsector. National Signals Bureau just passed a new law, a Ghana Shippers Authority, and with new provisions. So we thought that it was safer to allow some caveat that if there's a relevant institution that will contribute to getting a proper and better evaluation, then we allow the Commission to be able to include that in this evaluation committee. And so I think that they can use it or they may not use it based on what institutions are available and can contribute to proper evaluation.
Honourable members, the essence of an omnibus clause is to make room for any eventuality. If you remove the omnibus clause, and in future there is the need to include something, then you must come to Parliament and have the provision amended, else you will not be able to do it. That is why mostly they use the omnibus clause to give room. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, I think there's a difference between establishing a committee and the committee relying on other stakeholders for advice or co-opting them to come and assist in their work. I believe as a house, when you are establishing committees with representation, it should stand as is. If after some years, based on development and by practice, they can always come back at a later time. But for us to create that...
Honourable member, I don't think Parliament will be so much inundated if for committees established, there is no omnibus clause, and for them to use any relevant one that is not mentioned, they will have to come to Parliament and go through the process to have the bill, the law amended before they will be able to carry it on. Yes, Honorable Kabiru.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I tend to agree with the current rendition, and my proposed amendment was following from that. So I probably will want to see if I could tie it together with his points, so I will consider them together. I was suggesting that whilst F will remain, we explicitly mention the Ghana Standards Authority. And the reason why I say I agree with the provision to stand, because I have in my mind that Ghana Standard Authority is a relevant institution that could be relied on or that could be engaged further in terms of this committee. Because, Mr. Speaker, they are dealing with fishing gears, they are dealing with vessels. And this has to conform with standard practice. And the Ghana Standard Authority is the regulator and the body sole mandated. So I think that I think that we must, in addition to leaving this omnibus clause or paragraph, state clearly that the Ghana Standard Authority should be part of that particular committee.
Speaker, exactly the reason why the omnibus clause is there. Exactly. We can't enumerate all of them. So when you get to a stage, you must subsume them under. Yeah, there are different instruments. We passed different instruments in respect of standardization. So it will be catered for under the omnibus. Speaker, humbly submitted.
Yes, honorable members.
Before you put the question, I think the suggestion for an express provision for the Standard Authority, it is now an authority, I'm told. The Standard Authority should be there. Then we can still keep F as an omnibus.
You see, my honorable members, I'm just providing a guidance, and the guidance that I'm providing is that by putting the omnibus clause here means that this particular list is not exhaustive. That is what it means. So if in future there is even, now we have the fishing industry nominated by National Fisheries Association of Ghana. If tomorrow there is also another association, and for today the association is not in existence, and tomorrow that association has come into existence, and there is a need to bring that particular association, if the omnibus clause is deleted here, it means for you to do it, you have to come to Parliament for Parliament to include it before you can make use of it. So to avoid these things, the omnibus clause is there to take care of the concerns being raised, that A should have been included, B should have been included.
Listen to the chairman, who clearly has taken time to go through the bill, and he had made a very profound statement that is an evolving industry.
Yes.
And hence justifying
the omnibus
need
clause
for the omnibus clause to be there.
Yes.
However, how does he convince me that an important entity of state such as the Standard Authority will be left out? It cannot be. It cannot be. And it's not harmful. Let's just put it there and proceed. And keep the omnibus clause.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Let's concede so that we add to the present list of entities. Let's add the Standard Authority and maintain the omnibus clause for any future agency so that we can make progress, Mr. Speaker.
Then you are going to have an even number of committee members. Honourable members, you are going to have an even number of committee members.
So, Speaker, you are right. So let's leave it.
That is the very reason why the omnibus clause is there.
We'll take care of it. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, it
normally
will affect
board
the structure.
Committees is odd numbers.
Yeah, it will affect the structure of the provision.
It will affect the structure. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at the provision well, you realize that there are some people mentioned who could have fallen easily under the other relevant stakeholders.
Yes.
And they are mentioned here specifically.
Yes.
It's for good reason why they are mentioned here specifically.
Yes.
And we are equally arguing that it's so obvious the mandate of Ghana Standard Authority in respect of this matter,
yes,
that we will categorize them under other relevant authorities. And that is the problem we are having, leaving it at other relevant, because there were some, either under the clause could have just other relevant authority, and we will leave it to the implementers. But where it is so obvious that a certain authority has mandate over certain matters, and that matters are being discussed without opportunity for that institution to be represented and to do their work as required by law, I think this parliament cannot gloss over that fact. And we shouldn't implement this law. We can go and address the issue about the even numbers. That one can be addressed later. But the representation...
No, it will have to be addressed here.
Yeah, so we can address that by looking, and even I have other people, even if I argue and I make my point so strongly, you even include them to make it more even. But for the purpose of Ghana Standard Authority, Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit that we must have it expressed in this particular act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What is the sense of the House?
Speaker, these are matters of policy. These are matters of policy. So, in the event that the ministry is of the view that they should invite a rep from Ghana Standards Authority to participate in the committee, they will do so. Otherwise, then we are affecting the numerical strength of the committee, Mr. Speaker. It will affect the structure if we insist. And Mr. Speaker, at consideration, you may have strong views, but when the sponsors of the bill are of the opinion that what they brought to the House sufficiently deals with the existing situation, you are minded to go with them. So,
well, the rule and the practice is that if you feel strong about it, then move amendment, and let me put a question on the amendment. Let the House take decision.
That's very good.
So F will stand.
Yeah.
As an omnibus moving.
So, Mr. Speaker, in section of a new paragraph after E, the Ghana Standard Authority, not below the rank of a deputy director, nominated by the Director General of the Ghana Standards Authority. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'm first putting the question on the amendment proposed by Honourable Dr. Kabiru. As many as are in favour of the proposed amendment by Honourable Dr. Kabiru, say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. The amendment is not carried. I'll put a question on entire clause 63. As many as are in favor of clause 63 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 63 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 64.
Refusal of application for fishing license.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes?
Thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 64(1). It's indicating that the minister or the commission, where appropriate, shall refuse an application for fishing license under this act. Mr. Speaker, I've read the conditions under which the refusal will be placed. But when you go to 63, we're talking 63.3 talks about the committee making recommendations to the minister through the executive director for the grant of the relevant license. So my difficulty is leaving the refusal. If the commission makes a recommendation, it's the minister to make a decision. But where we are now creating a situation where the minister or the commission is to make a determination for refusal without clearly determining what are the boundaries upon which the commission will make that refusal against that of the minister. So if at least there can be some clarification before I move my proposal.
The rendition says the minister or the commission, where appropriate, shall refuse an application for a fishing license under this act. or regulations made under this act if the applicant fails to submit a complete application. It's not ending there. 2, fails to submit or submit false or misleading information. C, fails to attach any document required. Or D, fails to pay the prescribed fee. So the rendition did not end there. You have to read it as a whole. So the circumstances based on which the commission or the minister can do that are spelled out in the law.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your guidance. But I've read the document as a whole, and it is on that basis I try to make that submission. And my submission, which I still think is relevant for the House to consider, is to the extent that when it comes to the decision to refuse the application, is it the position that that refusal is to the minister or it is to the commission? Because where you've indicated the basis for refusal, and then you are saying either whilst the mandate of the commission is to make recommendation. So that is where I have a difficulty. I don't know if, Chairman, you understand. So I'm of the view, respectful view, that that power to determine the refusal should be made clear if it is the minister that should refuse or is the commission or the committee that should do the refusal. That is the position I want us to.
Honourable Member, let's look at the process. The commission recommends to the minister to approve. Now, before the commission will recommend, it's based on certain requirements. So if at the level of the commission, you didn't meet the requirements, why the need for the commission even recommending to the minister? So at that particular stage, there can be a refusal. Okay, fine. The recommendation of there can be a refusal appropriately at that level. Now the commission, so by that, the commission is not going to recommend to the minister. You've been refused the license at that level. Now, the second scenario is where the commission recommends to the minister, but the minister feels that I need additional information to be able to approve the license, because the recommendation of the commission is not binding on the minister, it's a recommendation. So when you did not meet that particular requirement appropriately, the minister can also refuse you at that level. So the word appropriately is trying to cure the instances where you can be refused. That is the understanding that I have gathered.
Speaker, I think with that explanation, it makes it easier to proceed. On that note, I yield. I think Speaker should be heading towards Court of Appeal for interpretation.
Yes, let's make progress. I'm putting the question on, yes, Honourable Member, on clause 64.
Yes. Right, Honourable Speaker, on clause 64. Mr. Speaker, reading clause 64, it looks like no room is given for the minister to at least give some consideration to the applicant, say that maybe the minister can give the applicant some room to go and make amendments to this application. So once the application is seen to be incomplete, it is rejected outright. Mr. Speaker, I think that would be too harsh. I have just referred to the Minerals and Mining Act. Mr. Speaker, 42, Section 42 of the Act gives that room to the minister. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I may read.
Yes, please do.
The heading is rejection of an application for a mining lease. The minister shall not reject an application for a mining lease made under this Act, A, unless the concerns of the minister have been conveyed in writing to the applicant, and the applicant has been given an opportunity to make appropriate amendments to the application. And so my argument is that there should be an opportunity given to the applicant to go and make amendments to his application. Otherwise, to just say that because the application is incomplete and so it is thrown out outrightly, Mr. Speaker, I think that would be too harsh and it will be a ground for some chaos. So, Mr. Speaker, I humbly submit that we do an insertion into 64 to make room for some opportunity.
So, what is your proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, I was just trying to copy what has been said here. Maybe if we can have this 64, 1, 2, and 3. If we can insert 64, 3. Mr. Speaker, to read. The minister or the commission here, we are referring, okay, the minister, yes. The minister shall not reject an application for a fishing license made under this Act unless the concerns of the minister have been conveyed in writing to the applicant, and the applicant has been given an opportunity to make appropriate amendments to the application. That's my proposed amendment.
Honourable members, is this for the consideration of the House? Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I think his concern is actually captured in the later part of 64(2), exactly in 64(2), where an application is refused, the Commission or the Minister, where appropriate, shall, within 7 working days, communicate the decision in writing. So it's the same thing.
Chairman of the Committee, is there not a grievance procedure in the law?
There is a grievance procedure.
So, Honourable Member, if there is a grievance procedure, won't your concern be addressed under the grievance procedure?
Especially maybe we may have to wait and get to that portion to see if it's captured. Otherwise, I was thinking this would have been the best place to place it, respectfully.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Speaker, just a short comment on what is submitted. And
yes.
My respectful view is that it will be difficult, given the circumstances upon which the Minister or the Commission may refuse, particularly when you come to B, that is 64(1)B, submit false or misleading information. Why would you want the person to go back and remedy that and come back? So it's important, based on the basis of refusal, you leave it as it is. And then if the person is refused and it's communicated to, it is his burden to go remedy and reapply, since the application process is clearly stated. That is my respect.
You are to submit document A, B, C, D, based on which I will grant you license. You choose to submit incomplete document, and you are asking me to tell you that a document that you have completed is incomplete. So go and now bring the document. Why will you then give me incomplete document requesting that I should take decision based on it? And if a decision is taken based on your document and you think my decision is not proper, then if you are aggrieved, the remedies are available for you. Yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, people can present documents that are incomplete or false unknowingly. There can be situations where people unknowingly present certain documents. So on that note, I think that we should have a grievance.
So you brought the
procedure.
document to me, which is a false document. Then you said you produced a false document unknowingly. So then you will be caught by the fact that ignorance of the law will not avail you. All those in favor of Clause 64 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 64 is ordered to stand part of the bill. 65.
Suspension, modification, and cancellation of fishing license.
Chairman of committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, as many as are in favor of Clause 65 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 65 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 66.
Validity and renewal of fishing license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable members, this is for the consideration of the House. Yes, honourable member.
Right, Honourable Speaker, 66(1). It's indicating the fishing license issued under this act is valid for a period of 1 year or a lesser period specified in the license. I'm having a difficulty why you give a license period of 1 year, which is specific in the act, and then you are still saying that or a lesser period specified under the license. Is it saying that you have power to give 1 year and at another breath a power to give less than 1 year? And what are the circumstances to that effect?
So, honourable member,
yes.
Assuming you are a member of the bar, the bar license is for a period of 1 year, starting from January to December. Then in June, you are requesting for a license. Do you expect to be given 1 year license or less than a year?
Mr. Speaker, I think that is far-fetched, respectfully. No, we have We have different licenses and they are due. If it is calendar year, then that should be stated. But if you say 1 year, depending on my year of application, if I apply in March, the license is valid for 1 year. We've had those licenses issued. So it's important. If you say the license is 1 year and it's a calendar year, then that one we guided. But in many instances when licenses are issued, including whether it is whatever institution, it runs beyond a calendar year. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think I agree with my colleague here, because the question now would be, under what circumstance will you grant a license valid for the whole year, and what other circumstance will you grant the license in a lesser period? What are the circumstances that you get one that is 6 months and the other one that is a year? And it's not very clear, so I guess the chairman has to
Yes, chairman of the committee.
clarify that.
Mr. Speaker, as you indicated, people come and pass through the process in different times of the year. The intention is that the license is granted from January to December. However, if you come midway or any period between that period and apply for the period, it still ends in December. So in this case, it will be less than 1 year in your specific case. And this is how we want it to stand, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Oh, you have to be...
Yes. Yes, Honorable Member, I think you are not convinced.
Oh, not that, Mr. Speaker. I'm only worried at the rendition. I understand, of course, if it is for
But look at 66.3.
That is so.
A fishing license shall be renewed annually. What is the meaning of annually?
So, Mr. Speaker, I think, as I indicated, it's fine based on the explanation. These are the information that guides interpretation to these legislations. So, if we leave it even like this, and it becomes a subject for litigation, it's always important that the courts are guided by the discussions that happened on the floor. And so I think it's important that guidance is provided that the license period is from January to December. But it will be appropriate if it's referred to the drafting team to draft it in such a way that it will be much more clearer than we see today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 66, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 66 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 70. Clause 67.
Prohibition of fishing in inland waters without a license.
Chairman of the committee, clause 67.
Mr. Speaker, we have not advertised an amendment.
Honourable members, clause 67 is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 67 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 67 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 68.
Application for license to operate inland artisanal fishing vessel.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have not advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, 68(1). I'm proposing deletion of designated office of the, and then so that I shall read, a person who intends to operate an inland artisanal fishing vessel shall apply to the commission. Mr. Speaker, the regulations that they are going to put up will first flesh out the nitty-gritty and to be consistent with what has been provided by way of application. Making it applying to the commission will not be so fatal to the bill, so that the regulation would then designate if there are district offices of the commission, then they could then apply to that. But if you say designated office, here it is not clear. And secondly, if we leave it at the commission, it is consistent with the mood of application, Mr. Speaker.
Well, the mischief that we are curing here is that if you delete designated office and you say to the commission, then applications are to go to the commission's head office. I think there was an authority regarding service of a process where you are supposed to serve the process on entities like this. But if the law says that the commission itself can designate office where you can send the application, if it is a district office that is designated closer to you, then you can take the application to that designated office.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is that we are assuming that, and as the law provides, there will be district offices. But there will be instances, and this even in this same act, that we are provided that we've not mentioned designated office. We say to the commission, mindful of the fact that the commission is the ultimate responsibility.
So don't you think in the framers of the law are of the view that if the commission is parliament, let's say the commission is parliament, parliament can designate international conference center where the applications are to be sent. And if that is done, is it wrong?
Mr. Speaker, absolutely not wrong. But I'm saying that this will be fleshed out in the
Because
regulation.
at the end of the day, it allows, look, if you come to the regulation, regulation is not supposed to be inconsistent to the Parent Act. So it is only when the Parent Act signifies that the commission may designate, then the regulation can come to beef it up, that send it to district number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. But if strictly the law says the commission, you cannot make regulation now to say it should be elsewhere. So this is not fatal in the law.
I yield, Mr. Speaker.
As many as are in favor of clause 68 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 68 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 69.
Grant of license to operate inland artisanal fishing vessel.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 69 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 69 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 70.
Validity and renewal of license to operate inland artisanal fishing vessel.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Sure.
Mr. Speaker, I am proposing 73 that we insert after may by regulation, and it will read, the Commission may by regulation prescribe the requirement for the renewal of a license to operate an inland artisanal fishing vessel.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, it's not harmful, and so I'm amendable to it.
Well, I have a problem with that particular rendition. The Act is giving the power to the Commission directly to prescribe the requirement for a renewal of license to operate an inland artisanal fishing vessel. Honourable members, if you said the commission should be by a regulation, then it means until and unless the regulation is brought in this House and passed under Article 11.7, the commission cannot issue the license. So to introduce a regulation there, that is the hardship, and that is the confusion that will be causing.
Mr. Speaker, I understand the fact that we should not impose burden on the Commission in their work. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not a mandatory provision that they should prescribe. In the framers of this particular, they say may. And if you have to prescribe, there must be an order regulating how these prescriptions are going to be made. If it is done without, a subsidiary law moderating or guiding how these prescriptions are going to be made, Mr. Speaker, I feel like it is going to be done haphazardly. And I was of the view...
Honourable member, look at Article 296 of the Constitution, where a discretionary power is given in instances of this nature. The Constitution spells out how that discretionary power is supposed to be prescribed. Normally, when we make law, we said, like in this case, the Commission may, within 12 months, make regulation. Now, when we said the Commission may, by a regulation, prescribe the requirement by this law, we are saying that until the regulation is ready, if there is the need to prescribe a requirement, they can do it until the regulation is ready. However, when you leave it like this, that the commission may prescribe the requirement, they can even do it by regulation. But the aspect that we should look at is that once you put the regulation there, unless it is a regulation, they cannot. But if the regulation is not here, they may do it by regulations.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. 296(23) of the Constitution has given me the clue. But Mr. Speaker, I just hope my fear would be addressed in the implementation, because the fear is that we know regulation provides the vehicle under which this will be done. So if we say they may do it by regulation or they may do it without regulation is where my fear is. And if we think that it will not be characterized by whims and caprice of the administrative authority.
What we should take into consideration is that these are existing practices. This law is coming to replace the existing one. And licensing regimes are already in place. Therefore, if you make this law and tie it down to a regulation, then all licenses that will be issued after the passage of this law must wait and abide by the passage of the regulation. And that one will be very mischievous.
Mr. Speaker, I'm swayed by the last bit of your explanation.
Very well. As many as are in favor of Clause 70 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 70 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 71.
Suspension, modification, or cancellation of license to operate inland artisanal fishing vessel.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of Clause 71 standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 71 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 72. What is happening to the microphone?
Prohibition of fishing in coastal waters without a license.
The Speaker, we have
Committee.
no advertised amendment.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House. Honourable member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, 72C, it states that issued with a license for the purpose by the Commission in collaboration with the relevant district assembly. I want to propose a deletion of the in collaboration with the relevant district assembly, because this is about license renewal or approval. And it is the mandate of the Commission to do that. If the Commission is to do that with or without the collaboration of the district assembly therein, I think it is up to the Commission. But where you say constructed in accordance with the specifications prescribed by the Commission and registered with the Commission and issued with a license for the purpose by the Commission, I think that should end there, rather than bringing in collaboration with the relevant district assembly. That is
One member, take your argument again so that you can carry all of us along.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I'm saying that the 72 is talking about prohibition of fishing in coastal waters without a license. And he's saying that a person is not to operate in the coastal waters unless the marine artisanal fishing vessel is constructed in accordance with the specifications prescribed by the Commission, and B, registered with the Commission, and C, issued with a license for the purpose by the Commission. I don't see why we should include in collaboration with the relevant district assembly. So I'm proposing a deletion.
So we delete in collaboration with relevant district assemblies. Is that your proposal?
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Yeah, the honorable member makes a very good point. However, I totally disagree with him.
Yes.
For instance, if one wants to analyze the Minerals Commission's work, for instance, the granting of license for the exploration of, I think, sand winning, specific to sand winning, what I do know is that the granting of the license is done in collaboration with the district assemblies. Why? Because that is the real where the action is. If his argument is that the district should flow from A so that it's consistent, if 72, if it should start from A so that the district or the municipal MMDs will flow from A all the way to C, I can understand him. But if it is the case that we should delete entirely the district assembly, I tend not to share that argument.
So, honorable member, your argument is that the commission will sit at the head office and issue the licenses without recourse to the district concerned. And now the law is imposing an obligation on them. Because these are security issues, and DISEC would have to be in the picture.
Mr. Speaker, these are laws. And so if you say in collaboration with the relevant district assembly, what constitutes collaboration?
This is not the first time that things are being done in collaboration with others.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I disagree with the honourable member for a fear, for the reason that this is similar to licenses issued to miners who work within the various districts. The districts play a very important role as far as licensing, supervision, etc. You cannot just walk into a district from Greater Accra or from the city to say that you are going to conduct business within a district without the involvement of the district and even the traditional authorities. So I believe it should be maintained as it is.
That's right. I think what the drafters can do, there are similar legislations that captures or couch the language so well.
Sense will not be operated. It's operated it's issued in collaboration with the district.
Collaboration or consultation, I think the drafters can guide us.
So you want the rendition should be in consultation?
Yes.
I think it should be in collaboration because the district may even be issuing you a business operating license. They may issue you a business operating license at the district level. So that cannot be in consultation, but they are involved in the process. So it should rather be in collaboration. Honorable members, let's go back to clause 410 of the bill and the functions of the commission. It stated clearly that collaborate with the district assemblies, fishing communities, and other stakeholders to ensure the enforcement of the laws on fisheries and aquaculture. So now we are saying that we should take out the district assemblies when it comes to the issue of license. They shouldn't collaborate with them because this is part of their functions.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think when I ask for its deletion, it doesn't mean that collaboration cannot happen, particularly when you have even referenced 4O.
Yes.
So, if for the pleasure of the House, for purposes of emphasis, we want to still repeat it there, but we've not seen that collaboration espoused in other licensing regimes. But
so, Honourable Member, how will you enforce the prohibitions?
Speaker, I think, as I said, that was my view. So let me drop it for us to make progress.
Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 72 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
So what are we going by? Are we going by what is existing in collaboration?
He said he has dropped this thing. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 72 is ordered to stand part of the bill as it is. Clause 73.
Application for license to operate marine artisanal fishing vessel.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? As many as are in favor of clause 73 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 73 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 74.
Grant of license to operate marine artisanal fishing vessel.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 74 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 74 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 75.
Validity and renewal of license to operate marine artisanal fishing vessel.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? As many as are in favor of clause 75 standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 75 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 76.
Suspension, modification, or cancellation of license to operate marine artisanal fishing vessel.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 76 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 76 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 77.
Record of licenses.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes.
Speaker, you are senior to me in this matter. I believe the phrase we use is register of licenses. We use a register which will itemize all the licenses issued and not record. I raised it with the drafters when we met, but I'm surprised that it survived. We say register.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, it makes a lot of sense. I yield. So we could amend this to read as record of licenses. Register of licenses.
Honorable Chief, we propose an amendment.
Speaker, head note, record of license should read register of licenses.
So consequentially in the clause.
Exactly.
Very well.
Consequentially.
As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment in the head notes is carried. It should read register of license instead of record of licenses. And consequentially, I direct the drafters to clean it up in the provisions of the bill. Clause 78.
Employment of citizens.
Well, let me put a question on the entire clause 77. The question is, as many as are in favor of the entire clause 77 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. Clause 77, as variously amended, based on the direction to the drafters, is ordered to stand part of the bill. 78.
Employment of citizens.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Yes.
Speaker.
Yes.
I recall that during the discussion, the stakeholders were told that they will look at the framing, employment of citizens. Normally, these days we employ local content provision. So we're hoping that they would have tidied it to reflect local content and not employment of citizens.
Honorable, if you look at 78.1,
yes,
it is neater.
Okay.
Because though it is talking about local content.
Speaker, I yield.
It's with specific reference to citizens.
I yield.
Very well. Any other concern? Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your guidance on the heading for 78. It says employment of citizens. I think it's a little bit vague. Unfortunately, when you go to clause 170, it doesn't also define who a citizen is. I think we would have to throw more light on the heading.
Well, honorable member, a citizen is defined by the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So we cannot be defining it in this law.
But, Mr. Speaker,
it is
I
clear.
think in the context of this law,
Yes.
a citizen has no...
Our Constitution.
For the avoidance of doubts, can we get some clarity on it?
Well, if it is not a term of art, it's been defined. And we all know who a citizen is. We can't be putting that elaborate constitutional definitions of citizens into these provisions. I believe any ordinary Ghanaian will know the meaning of a citizen. Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 78, the question is, as many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 78 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 79.
Aquaculture Development Plan.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 79 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 79 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 80.
Designation of Aquaculture Development Zone.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Yes, honourable member. Let me take the member behind you first. Oh, you don't have a proposed amendment. Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, 81A, I propose the deletion of increase the development of and insert develop so that it will read attract, promote, or develop aquaculture establishment in areas which are particularly suitable for aquaculture. Mr. Speaker,
So we delete increase and insert what?
Increase the development of and replace that with develop. Develop. 8118.
But it cannot be develop the development.
No, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is you will delete, increase the development of, and replace it with devolve. Because when you say increase the development of, one is so difficult to grasp. Yeah, we don't even know what that means. But if you just replace it with devolve, it makes it tighter and simpler to understand. And I think that, yes, attract, promote, or develop aquaculture establishment in areas which are particularly suitable for aquaculture. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, it is for the consideration of the House, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, it sounds compelling. I'm tempted to yield to him. If there are no other considerations that would change me, I think it's fine. We can go with it.
I'm putting the question on, yes.
Let me counter Honorable Kabiru by saying instead of changing increase, if we introduce enhance, it gives more effect to the development to attract, promote, or enhance the development of aquaculture.
So, Dr. Kabiru, yes. Do we use the word enhance?
Mr. Speaker, I think that we can go with enhanced development, but the increase the development was not appropriate, and I'll deferring to that particular suggestion. I'll move that.
Very well, because the understanding is that there is a development of aquaculture, but we need to enhance that development. So the rendition will be attract, promote, or enhance the development of aquaculture establishment in areas which are particularly suitable for aquaculture. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 81A, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Is consequently ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, clause 80, still under consideration.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing a new paragraph after F, 81F, which should, a new clause. And I mean, it's a new paragraph, subclause. Okay, maybe it's a new subclause. G. Conserve aquaculture resources. Mr. Speaker, I'm making this suggestion because the agriculture development zone, the essence of it is about conservation, about sustainable use of the resources. But looking through, that does not come out clearly. So if we have such a paragraph, it will.
So propose a rendition.
So new subclause G after F, conserve aquaculture resources. Conserve aquaculture resources.
Yes.
Speaker, I know my colleague has paid good attention. I'm trying to get the distinction between conservation of aquaculture and protection of aquaculture. Because, yes, it's the same. E is protect aquaculture development. And he is proposing a subclause as conserve. I think it's yes.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, conservation is not, conservation is a term of art.
So,
and it is not.
Are you proposing that instead of saying protect aquaculture in E, we use the word conservation?
Yes, but aquaculture development is different from aquaculture resources. These are two different things. And if we don't get that distinction also right, we may be saying something different.
So you are saying they should conserve aquaculture
resources. That's the point I'm making.
Honourable members, I'm inclined to put the question and it is carried. So I will then put the question on entire. Yes.
Speaker, if we may get his boss to withdraw his counter.
Well,
amendment.
that is not a counter proposal.
It's not a counter.
He feels that the amendment that he proposed is taken care of by
under protection.
So he didn't propose any amendment. So the amendment proposed that I'm going to put a question on is yes, honourable member.
I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with Dr. Kabiri's position that we should introduce conservation.
Honourable members, as many as are in favour of the amendment proposed. But you said you agree with him. And let me put a question.
I'm of the view that we can combine it with protect. So it can read as
on the floor. There is an indication that conservation of aquaculture resources is different from protection of aquaculture development. So why are you taking us back? I'm putting the question on Dr. Kabiro's proposed amendment. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by Dr. Kabiro, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. There will be a new paragraph, subparagraph G, to take care of the proposed amendment. Now, the question on entire clause 80. As yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to propose an insertion, an addition of the letter "and" on clause 2A to come after economic, so that it will read, the 2A will read.
Do we have clause 2M?
A.
Clause 2A.
Yes.
Okay.
So that the clause will read, have regard to the scientific, social, economic, and environmental impact and other relevant considerations.
Honourable members, are they not referring to economic environmental impact as one thing, or they are referring to social, economic, and environmental impact? Chairman of the committee.
So, Mr. Speaker,
let me see clarification from the chairman of the committee.
Yeah. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I think what we rather need is to introduce comma. So it's a draft sentence after economic, social, economic, comma, environmental impact, and other. So we don't need to double.
Very well. Because if you put "and" there is "and" after impact.
Mr. Speaker, I think that is
so. The proposed amendment is after economic, put comma.
Yes, after economic.
Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The proposed amendment is carried. Yes, Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to get one fish from 84. It reads, the minister may, by notice in the Gazette. Mr. Speaker, I need the guidance and also of the leader, the chief whip, on this matter, because we've had previous...
On clause 80?
84.
Okay.
And because they said the minister may, by notice in the Gazette, and it stops there with others, I was thinking if we may add the issue of the reasonable notice or publicity, because this is a gazette of areas that they are going to determine as development zone. And to gazette it without a bit about notice or publication in the dailies like we provide, I was just thinking if we can do something about it.
Speaker, gazette notification is a term of art. So you don't tinker with that. You don't qualify it. No. So the phrase is saying the minister may, by notice in the Gazette. So once the notice appears in the Gazette, he is able to do A and B.
Honorable Kabiru, in this country,
Yes.
if our boundaries are altered,
Yes.
where do you give the notice? If boundaries are altered, where do you give the notice? So, what is wrong with this provision?
Mr. Speaker, the issue is not about the problem with the gazetting. I was just thinking that notice of same, though the Gazette is notice, but we have 5 in the previous article, in the previous clause.
Honorable Kabiru, if a bill is going to be introduced, where do you put the notice?
In the Gazette, that's the Gazette
So
notice.
that one, that notice that will refer to is different from this particular notice.
That's okay.
Because the other notice is about some information, publicities. But this one is talking about alteration of the boundary. So when the boundaries are altered, it is the Gazette. As many as are in favor of clause 80 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 80 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 81.
Conduct of aquaculture in aquaculture development zone.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 81 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 81 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 82.
Requirement of registration of aquaculture holding facility.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? As many as are in favor of clause 82 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 82 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 83.
Requirement of registration and licensing of commercial aquaculture establishment.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 83 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 83 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 84.
Qualification to install or operate an aquaculture establishment.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is, as many as are in favor of clause 84 standing part of the bill say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 84 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 84 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 85.
Application for an aquaculture license.
Yes.
So before we proceed, I'd like to remind colleagues that we are scheduled to sit tomorrow, which is out of the ordinary. Tomorrow is Saturday. We are scheduled to sit tomorrow. So ordinarily, we had agreed to stop at 80, but we want to proceed further and rather exit at 90. And I want to plead my colleagues that we should exit at 90 so that we can conserve. We just use the word conservation. We can conserve some strength for tomorrow's sitting. I plead with you. We have helped you.
Yes. Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I appreciate the support from our brothers and sisters in this matter. This is not an ordinary bill. This is a bill that we are taking under certificate of urgency. There's some urgency to meeting some deadlines, and I appreciate all that you are doing with us. Let me plead, Mr. Speaker, so let's do 100. Oh, please, let's do 100.
Honourable members, to take the bill to 100 is 4 leaflets.
Yes.
for us to exit as 100. Even though it's difficult, we'll try and meet you midway. However, you know what to do. You know what to do. Speaker, he knows what to do. He should do the needful. Yes.
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, on this note, I have heard you loud and clear.
Speaker, may I request from my brother to provide me with the needful?
Honorable members, clause 85.
Application for an aquaculture license.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. The committee doesn't have advertised amendment. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 85 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 85 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 86.
Introduction and transfer of aquatic organisms.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 86 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 86 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 87.
Monitoring and inspection of aquaculture establishment.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 87? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 87, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 87 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 87 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 88.
Report of disease or harmful organisms.
Chairman of the committee.
David. Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 88 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 88 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 89.
Water monitoring system.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment to clause 89? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 89 say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 89 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 90.
Import and export of live aquatic organism.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under 91, a person shall not, without approval of the Commission, import a live aquatic organism. My difficulty is the procedure for the application for approval of that process. It's not clearly stated, and I believe, Mr. Speaker, we need to look at that.
There was a clause that gives the discretion to the Commission to prescribe, and they are saying that the prescription should be by regulations. So they can use that particular
so the
provision.
is that it may come under
Yes, they can also prescribe.
Okay, very well.
Any further concern?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Please, I want to take you back to clause 89, 2B.
Well, Honourable Member, we can only do it as second consideration.
It's a mistake.
We can only do it as second consideration.
Okay. Well,
that's the procedure. So, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 90, the question is as many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. Clause 90 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 91.
Fish breeding and seed production.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 91 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 91 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 92.
Aquaculture waste.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Any proposed amendment? Yes, Dr. Kabiru, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, 92.2, I propose the deletion of section 113 and replace with 114. Mr. Speaker, is in section 114 that compliance notice is dealt with under the Act.
Well, I will direct the drafters to do the proper cross-referencing. Any further issue? As many as are in favor of clause 92 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 92 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 93.
Escape into the wild.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment to clause 93, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 93 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 93 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 94.
Transboundary aquaculture ecosystems.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 94 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 94 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 95.
Aquaculture record keeping.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Is any member having a proposed amendment to clause 95? Honourable members, as many as are in favor of clause 95 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, clause 95 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 96.
Penalty for failure to comply with aquaculture requirements.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. From my observation on penalties, I've not seen any custodial sentences being proposed in this bill. May I be guided by the chairman of the committee before I make a proposal why we are not making provision for custodial sentence for this?
Yes, chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we thought that should be, it's a social economic event, and so we think that there are ways of resolving and punishing people where it applies.
Honourable member.
And there's a criminal code in the, yeah. Yes, Mr.
Let me guide. These are administrative penalties, and mostly failure to pay administrative penalties have a mode of recovering same. So these are not the penalties where the sanctions should be by imprisonment or fine. These are not criminal offenses per se, as the punishment is by way of a fine or. These are penalties for non-compliant. As many as are in favor of clause 96, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 96 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 97.
Registration of fish processing and storage establishment.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable Member, yes, Honourable Member, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I want to suggest that we cannot regulate it in a way that citizens cannot or will be prohibited to do small-scale fish gal, not fish gal, I'm saying. But you know, fish farming, in agriculture, in agriculture, you are looking at, you are too much. The regulations is too much. 97. It says that everything is, a person shall not operate a microfish processing or storage establishment unless that person, when you put such barriers, you are regulating the, no. I mean, everything in this document says that nobody can do anything, even a small farming, small fish farming. Everything in this document is regulating and putting people in some box. We can't do that. We cannot continue regulating and wanting people to be entrepreneurs, to be inventors, to innovate. So we can't do that. Thank you.
So, Honourable Member, if your argument is anything to go by, why are you regulating drivers?
Sir?
Why are you regulating drivers?
How? Mr. Speaker, the leader wants to take over from me.
Yes.
Speaker, I appreciate what he's saying because I come from a largely fishing constituency. Speaker, I will use the regulation to indicate the levels and the extent. So when we mean micro, we'll define it and tell you the scale that will be captured within it. So be assured that the regulations, when it comes.
Honourable Members, the provision is a person shall not operate.
Yes.
A microfish processing.
Yes. Or storage
establishment.
Yes.
Unless that person is registered by the Commission.
Exactly.
2, has complied with this Act, regulation made under this Act, and any other relevant enactment, and has complied with any other condition prescribed by the Commission. Then 2, an application for registration. So are we saying that because it is micro, the Commission should not even prescribe conditions? Very well. As many as are in favor of clause 97 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 97 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 98.
Collaboration of post-harvest activities.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable Members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of clause 98 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. Honourable Members, clause 98 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 99.
Prohibition of engaging in importation of fish, fishery products, and aquaculture products without permit.
Chairman of the committee.
The Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
Honourable Members, clause 99 is for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? Honourable members, in the absence of any proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favour of clause 99 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 99 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 100.
Qualification for permits to import fish, fishery products, and aquaculture products.
Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, we have no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Asamoah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Clause 99 talks about permit. Then clause 100 talks about registration certificate. We want the chairman of the committee to give some clarity here because many a times people get confused and they tend to use the permit interchangeably with the certificate. If not, then I think we should use that same term throughout. And especially when you go to the interpretations, there's no definition for permit, neither do we have definition for certificate here as part of the interpretation. So if the chairman can explain a little bit further, what do they mean by the registration certificate by the commission, not the Companies Act, but by the commission, and the permit as stated in clause 99?
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think that is self-explanatory. The Companies Act is very clear on the register of companies and what the requirements are and who qualifies. Registering with the commission allows the commission's register to capture the details, and it has an elaborate criteria on what information is required by such importers of fishery or fishery products. And then there are fees that attracts as well. So these are quite self-explanatory processes. I don't know, does that satisfy you?
Mr. Speaker, here is a little bit unclear as to one needing either a permit to operate or import because it's dealing with importation.
Are you talking about clause 100?
Clause 100 because I'm taking import from clause 99. Clause 99 talks about one needing a permit from the commission to import. And it's also talking about needing a certificate from the commission to import.
Honorable members, my understanding is that you would be permitted to do an act. For you to be permitted to do an act, you must be qualified. And clause 100 is just setting out the qualification requirements. For instance, for you to come to Parliament, you must be qualified to be elected as a member of Parliament. It is upon satisfying the qualification requirement that you can stand and be voted for to come to Parliament. So you must satisfy the requirement, the qualification requirement for you to be granted permit to do to engage in the fish and fishery products. Honorable Samuel, is that clear?
Mr. Speaker.
Because that is what 100 is talking about.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I know we will be ending at 100 today, but since if you look at 99, 100, and 101, these are issues that should be expressed in the regulations, but not the acts, because these can be updated from time to time.
You see, there is a general principle of law. When you sit in a subsidiary legislation, the cardinal question that guides the subsidiary legislation committee is whether or not what is contained in the regulation is emanating from the parent act. Once it is not emanating from the parent act, you cannot do it. You have to satisfy that condition first before you go further to look at constitutional issues in the passage of a subsidiary legislation. So the view being expressed that it should not be in the Parent Act, but it should be in the regulation. It is the regulation that is the enabling, it is the Parent Act that will be the enabling act to the regulations. So when you take it out in the Parent Act, what will be the basis of you putting it in the regulation? So the regulation is just to give effect to the provisions of the Parent Act. So if the provision is not here, how do you give effect to it in the regulation? So, honorable members, I have realized that some members really want to involve themselves in the legislative work. I would advise at this point that sometimes when the subsidiary legislation committee is sitting, you can go and join them and pick it up from there after reading Article 11, particularly Article 11.7 of the Constitution. You will get the clear picture there. When they are raising the questions that you want to do A, show me by the Parent Act whether you can do it. Then you will realize that most of the things contained in the Parent Act here should be in the law. Any further issue about Section 100? Honourable members, the question therefore is, as many as are in favor of Section 100, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Section 100 of the bill is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we've come to the end of consideration stage of Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill 2025 for today. Honourable members, I use the opportunity to thank you very much for your endurance, and I will ask the whips. I would ask the whips to take note of those fresh members who are expressing interest in the legislative work, so that when it comes to training, offering training outside the jurisdiction of the country, those people should be part of that particular program. So the whips at both sides, please take note. That is the only way we can develop the interest, so that more members will graft the rules of drafting. And this House will be making very, very, very good laws. So I encourage you, keep it up. So the whips, it is over to you. You should make the proposal accordingly, and I will take it up with Mr. Speaker. Yes? Yes,
Speaker.
Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I heard someone said quietly, small father. Speaker, you are not a small father. In fact, you are a big deputy father. So, Speaker.
More so, you've been informed
yes,
that in the absence of the Speaker, I am acting as a Speaker.
Speaker, I would like to adopt the rendition by Chief Whip and rectify my designation I gave you accordingly.
Very well.
Father, oh, Father.
So, if I am the father, then the Speaker is grandfather, oh, grandfather. Because he is my father. So, if the son has become the father, then the father of the son must be grandfather, oh, grandfather. Yes.
Speaker, we don't know how the father will react, so we'll say, deputy father, oh, deputy father. Speaker, but that was on a lighter note, but on a more serious note, we agree with you that, like before, it takes very few members to show commitment and participate in this process. And this is actually the core mandate of all of us gathered in here. And Mr. Speaker, myself, learning under your feet in 2017, we didn't get here by accident. So, like Speaker said, it takes works like this to exhibit your industry. And you'll be shocked that your coming back will be easy. This is what your constituents watch and see your participation. So we thank members who show this level of commitment. Speaker, we'll do the needful. So, Mr. Speaker, that having been said, I want to move that in the absence of...
I think we'll spend more than 5 hours.
Yes.
Yes, honorable members,
so
truly,
we are in your hands, Mr. Speaker.
I have benefited from it. When they spotted me at the corner there, I was part of the people who studied legislative drafting at Cavendish University. We were 10. Then when we came back, we had to transform the system, leading to some standard renditions that we have now. I believe the Chief Whip can attest to that fact. Myself, Animedu Entry, Honorable Animedu Entry, Honorable Banda, Honorable Shaibu, Honorable the former member of Tamale, Inusa Fuseni. Yes. Those are the crops under the feet of...
and the former chairman for Constitutional Legal?
Yes, that is Honorable Banda.
Yes, Honorable Banda.
Honorable Banda. So we have to do the same thing for...
And the great Yeletre.
Yes, the almighty Yeletre. We have to do the same thing for the 9th Parliament. So it's good you are expressing interest. You need not be a lawyer. Honorable Chairman Sabonsu was not a lawyer, but he has a special interest. So please develop your interest. I encourage you to take it up. Honorable members, on this note, we've sat beyond 5 hours and been fortified by Standing Order 56. I will proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned till Saturday, the 12th day of July, 2025, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Yes, Saturday 12th, tomorrow. At 10 o'clock in the forenoon. 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, Saturday, 12th July, 2025, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.